Hello and welcome to Module 1 of Writing Task 1. A big welcome to everyone who has joined the course. I'm really excited to help you achieve the scores that you need in Writing Task 1. So thank you very much for purchasing the course, and let's get started with learning about Writing Task 1. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module. We're going to look at what you're going to learn in the whole course. Then we're going to look at what your results should be at the end of the course, what the outcomes will be at the end of the course. I'm going to give you a tour of the whole course and show you around so you feel comfortable navigating your way around the course. We're going to establish a plan of action, things that you should do in order to benefit from the course as much as possible and stay organized. We're going to find out what Task 1 is, and then we're going to learn about the simple 5-step approach that I recommend for tackling Task 1. So this is me. My name's Chris Pell, and I've been an English teacher for many years now, and I specialize in teaching IELTS and helping students get the IELTS scores they need. A few years ago, I had a little boy and I got married. And I started to think about the future, so I decided to establish IELTSadvantage.com in order to help as many people around the world as possible. I was getting great results when I was teaching students face-to-face in class for the British Council, and I decided to share everything with you guys, and it allows me to work from home and spend more time with my little boy Tom and my wife Wynne. So the three of us decided to set up this course in order to help people as much as possible. And I run the course from Vietnam, where I live, but I'm originally from Ireland. So from me, my wife Wynne, and my little boy Tom, a very big welcome once again. So let's look at what you're going to learn in this course. I'm going to tell you the exact pathway I use to help students get the scores they need. So I have established a pathway, a method for teaching students. I established this over many years for helping students get the scores they need in both Task 1 and Task 2. So I'm going to show you step by step how to answer all of the different questions you might get in Task 1. So what outcomes should we have by the end of the course? So by the end of the course, by the end of Module 12, you will be able to complete any Task 1 question. You will be fully confident about any Task 1 question. So when you walk in to do your exam, you will have full confidence that you will get the score you need. And you should be able to get a band 7, 8 or a 9 in Task 1. So this is our goal that we hope to achieve by the end of the course. So let me give you a quick tour of the course. You'll see that each module, there are 12 modules, and each module has two things. It has a video lesson. The videos range from between 20 to over 40 minutes. And then there is a PDF, a progress check. So the PDF or progress check is like your homework. This is where you take action and you learn more about the things that I told you about in the video lesson. So it's just being like in my classroom. This is exactly the same things that I would do in class. There are also the bonuses that you should check out. Definitely check those out. So let's look at the different modules. So Module 1 is just an introduction, an overview of the course, and the simple step-by-step approach, 5-step approach. In Module 2, we're going to look at the 7 different types of Task 1 question, and we're also going to look at the marking criteria, the criteria that the examiners use to mark your Task 1 answer, so you can give them exactly what they want. In Module 3, we're going to look how to analyze data and understand charts and graphs. Most students have not analyzed data, really looked at data in detail, and they might not be used to looking at charts and graphs and numbers and percentages and things like that. So we're going to look at how to easily and simply look at them and understand them quickly. So Module 4 is all about planning and structure. Planning, it's very important. Just like in Task 2, you should spend a few minutes planning out your answer so that you have a map, a road map so that you can use and not get lost in the rest of your essay. We're also going to look at the paragraph structure and the sentence by sentence structure that we can use for any Task 1 question. Then we're going to look at Module 5. Module 5 is introductions and overviews. So the very first thing that we start off with is our introduction. And then the second thing we do is we write our overview. The overview is the most important part of the whole essay. In Module 6, we're going to look at how to write about things in detail. I refer to these as our details paragraphs. This is where we describe data in much more detail than the overview or the introduction. Then we're going to look at Module 7, which is line graphs and bar charts. So I'm going to show you how to do a line graph or a bar chart question, and we're going to look at lots of sample answers to demonstrate exactly how to answer these types of questions. And then we're going to do the same thing for pie charts and tables. Finally, we're going to look at two different graphs. So when we get a line chart or a line graph and a pie chart, or a table and a bar chart together in one question. So we're going to look at how to tackle those types of questions. Module 10, we're going to look at vocabulary and grammar. There's very specific grammar and vocabulary that you need in order to describe data. Very specific things that we need to look at. So we're going to cover those in Module 10. In Module 11, we're going to look at process diagrams. This is when instead of getting a graph, they show you a process, and it's a diagram of a process, and you have to describe that. And then the very last module, Module 12, we're going to look at how to describe maps. So let's look at the plan of action. These are the things that you should be doing when you're going through the course. So you should bear in mind that everyone learns in different ways. Some people will be able to watch all the videos just one time and understand everything, but that is very rare. Most people will have to go back and maybe pause and watch certain parts of a video again to understand everything. Some people will have to watch the videos 2 times, some people will have to watch them 3 times. You should learn at your own pace, whatever you feel most comfortable doing, and don't feel guilty or don't feel bad if you watch one video and you don't understand everything. Everything is new, so you won't understand most of the things you will understand first time, but you won't understand everything first time. So don't be afraid to go back and check things. Well, one thing you should do is buy yourself just a normal A4 notebook. And what I would recommend doing is keep this notebook beside you when you're watching the videos and write down the things that you think are important. So for each module, you'll have just 1 or 2 pieces of paper in your notebook, and just have bullet points of the most important things that I say. This is very important because at the end of the 12 modules, you'll have a full notebook of all the most important things, and it's much easier when you write things down in your own words. So I'm going to say things to you in a certain way, and then you can write it either in your own language or you can write it in English but in a different way, and that will help you understand it in your own way. You should also do the essays at your own pace. So I will be giving you lots of essays that you can practice. If you chose the VIP course, you will be able to send me your essays, but if you didn't join the VIP course, you might be able to get someone else to check those essays for you. But you don't have to do all of the essays at the same time. Some people will want to do them all at the same time. Some people will want to do 1 essay per week. Some people will want to do 1 essay every other week or every few days. Do the essays at your own pace and think about them while you're doing them. Everyone learns in different ways, as I said before. You should practice as much as possible. So there's no point in just watching the videos and then not taking any action. So at the end of each video there will be a PDF where you can practice, but you must also practice yourself at home. You should go on the internet and find lots of practice questions. I will also give you links to practice questions that you can do, but practice makes perfect. There's no point in just watching the videos and then doing nothing. You must take action and practice these questions as much as possible. As I said before, don't worry if you don't get everything first time. So even when you're practicing, you will make mistakes. This isn't a magic formula where you just watch the videos and then you write perfect essays. The most important thing is you do make mistakes and then you learn from them. The only way you will improve is by making mistakes, finding out what your mistakes are, and then correcting them, and then eventually you'll be able to write very, very good essays. But don't worry if you don't get everything, if you don't understand everything and you can't do it first time. You will get there eventually if you keep practicing. Don't skip and do the modules in order. So don't skip modules. Don't say, oh, I'm going to look at the module 6 first, and then I'm going to look at module 8, and then I'm going to look at module 3. Please, please don't do that. You should do the modules in order, because each module builds upon the other module, and they flow in a natural order. So if you skip even one module, you won't understand the rest of the modules. So it's very, very important that you watch everything and you watch them in the correct order. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Don't skip around. And just to reiterate this point, you must take action. If you just watch the videos, you will learn a few things, but you won't actually be able to apply it in the real exam. Remember that the exam actually requires you to do some writing. So not just sitting listening to the videos. After the videos, you do something about it. You practice what you learned. So let's look generally just an overview of what task 1 is, if you've never heard what it is before. So in task 1, you'll be given a chart or a graph or a table or a diagram or maybe a map, and you'll be asked to write a short report on the main features. You have 20 minutes to do this, and you must write at least 150 words. This is very important. So not around 150 words, at least. So that means 150 or over. So here is an example. This is a very common example where you would get a bar chart, but it might also be a line graph or a pie chart or a diagram, but it will always say the same thing at the top. So if you look at the top in the box here, this never changes. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. So this is very good because this never changes. So this means that we can approach every question with the same method. Not the same language, not copying past papers or anything like that, but it means that the overall structure and the method that we use will never change, because this bit I've just highlighted also never changes. So you'll always get this at the top, and then you will get some sort of a bar chart, pie chart, line graph, diagram or map at the bottom, and you will be told to do this. So they never change, which is very good for us. So let's look at my 5-step approach for task 1. Everything I do when I'm teaching IELTS, I try to break everything down into simple parts, and so that they are easy to understand. IELTS can be very complicated if you don't have a teacher who explains in simple language the things that we need to do. So my 5-step approach is the 5 basic parts of how to approach any task 1 answer. So the first thing we need to do is analyze the question. We need to think about what the question is asking us to do. We need to think about the chart or the pie graph or whatever it is, and think about the main features that are there. So the next thing we need to do is identify the main features. As I said before in the example, every question asks you to report the main features. So a big thing that we need to get used to in part 1 is quickly identifying the main features, so we know what we need to write about before we start writing. Then we start off with our introduction. Then we write our overview. And finally, we write our details paragraphs. So let's look at each of them in a little bit more detail now. So first part of question analysis is identifying the type of question it is. So we're going to look later on in module 2 at how to identify the different question types. And it will affect many different things, like which features we need to report and the language that we need to use. We also need to understand and analyze data. Most people doing task 1 have never really either analyzed a bar chart or a pie graph in much detail before or wrote about it. So we're going to look at how to understand and analyze data quickly and easily. Then identifying main features. Every question asks you to do this. So as I said before, it never changes. So it's very important we need to know how to do this. You're not expected to report everything. So main features just means the most important information. You will be given a a graph or a chart with lots and lots and lots of information, but the examiner only wants you to write between, say, 150 and 200 words about it, which means you can't write about everything, so you must pick out the main features. So being able to pick out the main features quickly is crucial to success. We don't want to be looking at the chart for 10 minutes and then only have 10 minutes to write. We want in a couple of minutes be able to pick out the most important things so we can start writing quickly. So let's look at what an introduction is. Introduction, we simply paraphrase the question. You will always be given a question statement and we just paraphrase that question statement. Paraphrasing means that we take the question statement and we just write it in a different way so that it has the same meaning, or in other words, we write it in our own words. It should always just be one sentence. So an overview is the most important part of the report. We're going to look later on at the marking criteria in Module 2, but it says in the marking criteria that you cannot really get a high score if you don't write a good overview. And for that reason, it is crucial that you learn how to write a good one. It is not a conclusion, okay? Lots and lots of students complain about this because they say you don't have a conclusion in your Task 1 answer. A conclusion is your opinion. There is no opinion in Task 1. If you write your opinion in Task 1, you will get lower scores. It doesn't ask for your opinion, so you don't write about it. Therefore, it is not called a conclusion. It is called an overview. An overview is basically just a summary of the most important features. So we're going to learn how to pick out the most important information and report it generally. And we shouldn't include any data. So an overview doesn't have any data, we just talk generally about the most important things. And it should always have a separate paragraph. It should always be in a paragraph by itself to make it very, very obvious to the examiner that this is your overview because it's so important. Then we move on to the details. So this is two separate paragraphs. So we have a separate paragraph for our introduction, separate paragraph for our overview, and then we move on to describing things in detail. So this is where we use data. So we show the examiner that you can accurately describe data in detail. In the details paragraph, this is what the examiner wants to see. They want to see that you are comfortable describing data. And grammar and vocabulary are very, very important for the details paragraph because as I've said in this module before, there is very specific grammar structures and vocabulary that you need to use in order to describe data, and most people are not used to describing data, so they have to learn these particular grammar structures. So let's look at the progression of your essay. So first, we need to introduce the graph. This is the first thing we do, and we do this in our introduction. Then we talk about the most important features generally. This is the second thing we do in our overview. And then the last thing we do, we talk about the data in more detail. So you can see that it goes from very, very general, just introducing the graph is about this, to in a little bit more detail, but still talking very generally with no data, just the most important things in our overview. And then finally, we talk about things in much more detail. So it goes from being very general to being in more detail. And we'll talk about this progression more in the subsequent following modules. So let's review what we did today in this module. We looked at what you're going to learn, all the different modules and all the different things you're going to learn in this course. We looked at what the results are going to be after you finish this course. I gave you a quick tour of the course and the different modules. We established a plan of action, the things that you need to be doing. We found out generally what Task 1 is, and we learned about the simple 5-step approach. So in the next module, we're going to look at the 7 different types of question, and we're going to look at the marking criteria. This is very, very important so we know exactly what to give the examiner and nothing else. So thank you very much, and I'll see you in Module 2. I hope you enjoyed Module 1. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Module 2. This is Chris taking you through Module 2 of IELTS Writing Task 1. We're going to focus on 2 things today. First, we're going to look at the structure of all Task 1 questions. We're going to look at the 7 types of those questions. And then we're going to look at the marking criteria, and I'm going to illustrate those using do's and don'ts for each of the 4 marking criteria. So these are the 2 things we're going to do, looking at the different types of questions and looking at the marking criteria. So let's look at the structure of every task 1 question. Every task 1 question has 3 things. It never changes. It's always these 3 things. First, you'll be given a question statement, then you'll be given instructions, and then you'll be given a data source. So let's look at each of these 3 things in more detail. So this is an example of 2 of these things. I'll just highlight this here. So this part, this is your statement. Okay, the statement tells you what the data source is about. It tells you what the whole task is about. And this will change every single time. Obviously, because the questions are different, because the data source is different, this will change every time. But there will always be a general statement like this. And then there will be instructions. So these are your instructions. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features, and make comparisons where relevant. Write at least 150 words. So the great thing about this is it never changes. It always says summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. So this is great for us because we know exactly what to do, and it helps us use the same structure and the same approach to every single question. Then we have a data source. So the data source will always just be data and represented in a different way. So in this particular one, it is 2 different bar graphs. So it is data, it is numbers, and it is represented by 2 different bar graphs. Let's look at the other types. So the first one is a line graph. Second one is a bar chart. The third one is a pie chart. Fourth is a table. 5 is multiple graphs. 6 is a process diagram, and 7 is a map or maps. So this is a line graph. So what you need to remember is don't be scared if you've never seen line graphs or bar charts before, or you're not familiar with them. The one thing you should remember is it's just numbers. All it is numbers represented in a visual way, just to make it easier to understand. And the more you do these, the simpler they become. So don't worry if you haven't seen too many of these before. So as you can see at the top here, it tells you the question statement, and then these are your instructions, and then this is your data source. Next one is a bar chart. So a bar chart is again just numbers, just data, but represented by a bar chart. The next one is a pie chart. Exactly the same, it's just numbers, but this time they use a pie to show the different proportions of them. And it's not always 4 pie charts. In this particular example, it's 4 pie charts. Could be just 1 pie chart, or it could be 2, 3, 4. This is a table. So this is slightly different from the other 3 because this is just the raw data. This is just the numbers, not visually represented. So you have no line graph, you have no bars, or you have no pie. So some people don't like these as much because they're more difficult to understand. But we're going to do a whole lesson on this, so don't worry if it looks scary right now. This is the 5th type, which is multiple graphs or multiple charts, more than 1 data source. So what you get is a pie chart and a table, or a line graph and a bar chart, or a pie chart and a bar chart, just multiple different graphs. And again, don't worry if this looks scary. I'm going to break it down into simpler, easy to understand language later on. This is a process diagram. So here you'll be given either a man-made process, like how to make bricks in this one, or how to make Coca-Cola, or how to make shoes, or how to make a car. It will be anything man-made like that, and you will just be given step-by-step pictures, and you will have to describe that process. Or it could be a natural process, like the water cycle, or the life cycle of a butterfly, or something like that. So you'll always be given pictures one after the other like this, and you just describe the pictures. So this is different from the other ones because you're not describing data, you're describing a process. We're going to have a full module on process questions in module 11. And this finally is our last one. It's a map or maps. So you might get 1 map, or it's more likely that you will get 2 maps of the same place, 2 or 3 maps of the same place over time, and you have to describe how the town or how the city has changed over time. And we're going to do a full lesson on that in module 12. So don't panic if you're looking at all of those graphs and charts and you're thinking, oh my god, I'm never going to be able to answer any of those questions. Don't worry. Everyone who looks at task 1 questions for the first time starts to panic and they think that they'll never be able to get them done. Believe me, after the 12 modules, you'll be able to do them and they'll become much simpler. So I'm going to break everything down into simpler, easy to understand methods and strategies later on. That was just to show you the 7 different types. All you have to understand at this stage is this difference between the 7 different types. Don't worry about them. We're going to look at them in much more detail later. So this is the marking criteria. Every IELTS examiner, when they're marking task 1, has this right beside them. And they use these 4 criteria: task achievement, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, to give you a band score. So you'll see along here are the band scores. So 6, 7, 8, 9. And then there's another page with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but you don't have to worry about that. You'll not get those scores. You want to be getting band 7, band 8, or some of you might even get band 9. So what they do is they look at all of this information and they give you a band score depending on what you did and didn't do. Don't worry about this type of language that they're using. The language that they're using is very, very difficult to understand, and it's very difficult to know what they want you to do and what they don't want you to do. This is on purpose. IELTS don't want people to know exactly what to do and what not to do. If everyone knew exactly what to do, then everyone would get a band 7 or a band 8 or a band 9. So this is supposed to be very complicated language. But luckily you've bought this course. I'm going to break everything down into simple, easy to understand language for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a list of do's and a list of don'ts for each of the 4 criteria. And if you do those things and you don't do the other things, you will get a band 7, a band 8, or a band 9. So the first one is task achievement. So I've broken this down. I'm using the same language as this, but I just wanted to show you it in an easier to understand format just for task achievement. So this is band 6, band 7, band 8, and band 9. Task achievement is sometimes referred to as task response, and it just means, did you answer the question correctly? So this is one of 4 criteria, and this criteria judges your ability to answer the question. So let's look at the things you should do in order to answer the question correctly. First thing you should do is you have to identify the key features. So if you think back to the table that I showed you, there is lots and lots and lots of information. You don't report everything. You don't have time, and the question is not asking you to do that. What they want you to do is pick out the most important information. This is the key features, and we're going to look at how to do that in a later module. Then you have to report these key features, generally in an overview. An overview is a separate paragraph which just tells the examiner in very general terms what are the 2 or 3 or 4 most important things about the graph or the table or the pie chart. And the overview is the most important paragraph in the whole of your task 1 essay, because if you don't write an effective one, you can't get over a 6 for task response. So we're going to do a whole module on how to write an overview in module 5. Then you report the key features with specific data in the details paragraph. So we have a paragraph for our overview, and then we skip a line and we start a new paragraph. And you write 1 or 2 paragraphs where you report the data, and the data has to be accurate, and it has to support your key features. And you must write over 150 words. So not just under or not around 150 words, it must be over. If you don't go over 150 words, you can't get above a band 5 for task achievement. So things that you shouldn't do. You shouldn't write about everything you see. Remember, the language that they use is key features, the most important things. So if you just write about every single piece of data, then you will get a low score because you haven't picked out the most important stuff. The next thing you shouldn't do is you shouldn't report any data in your overview. Your overview is just generally what's happening. You're not talking about any data. Your data comes later in your details paragraphs. So if you write data in your overview, it's not effective, you get a lower mark. If you report the wrong data or inaccurate data, of course you haven't answered the question correctly. You should never include your opinion in task 1. Task 2 is where you give your opinion about whatever they ask you. You will have lots of chances to give your opinion in task 2, but in task 1, you should never give your opinion. Task 1 is just about reporting facts. It is about reporting data or reporting a map or writing about a process. You don't say why the graph goes up or why the graph goes down. It doesn't give you any information about that. All you do is just write exactly what you see. So you don't include any opinion, and you only include the things that are in the diagram or on the chart or on the pie chart or on the table. You should never write a conclusion. Lots of books and lots of teachers talk about writing a conclusion in task 1. What they mean is an overview. Lots of people get confused between an overview and a conclusion. An overview is just stating what you see in a general way, stating the most important information. A conclusion is summarizing your opinion, what you think about the data. However, you don't get a chance to give your opinion. There should be no opinion in task 1, therefore you don't include a conclusion. If you write a conclusion, if you say in conclusion and then summarize your opinion, you'll probably get a band 5 or maybe a band 6 for task response. So here is the marking criteria for coherence and cohesion. If you want, you can pause the video and have a look at what the official IELTS criteria says. It's probably a better thing just to listen to my do's and don'ts, and then you can come back and look at it. So coherence and cohesion. What does coherence mean? Coherence means that your answer makes sense, that it is logical, that it is easy to read, that it is easy to understand. Cohesion means that your paragraphs and your sentences and parts of your sentences link together well and link together in a logical way. So first thing you must do is you must have a clear structure. You must have a clear paragraph structure. You don't have to worry about that because I'm going to give you the exact structure that you should use in order to get high marks. So don't worry about that just yet. You have to organize your information logically. So that means that the information is ordered in a logical way. So that is connected to the structure. If you use my structure, and I'm also going to show you how to organize your data within each of the paragraphs, you will get high marks for this. Use linking words. So linking words are words like in contrast, overall, however, therefore, things like this. You must use them appropriately so that is at the right time. So if you're giving your overview, an appropriate word to use for your overview will be overall. An inappropriate word would be in conclusion, because you're not writing a conclusion, you're writing an overview. If you are making a comparison or contrasting something, you would use in contrast, but you wouldn't use something like moreover, because moreover is used when you're adding another point. So you must also use them accurately. So the grammar needs to be correct, the spelling needs to be correct. You will get lower marks if you don't use them accurately. So using linking words only when appropriate, and they must be accurate. Using referencing. So when you're talking about one of the data points, you use words like it, they, this. And we're going to talk about that in much more detail in module 10, where we're going to show you all about the grammar and vocabulary that you must use. So here are things that you should not do in order to get high marks for coherence and cohesion. You shouldn't write one long answer. The examiner will be looking for your paragraph structure. How have you used paragraphing? If you don't skip a line and everything is just squashed into one big essay, the examiner doesn't know where your introduction ends and when your overview starts. They can't tell the difference between the different paragraphs. So One quick tip for that is just to skip a line between paragraphs, and then the examiner will be able to clearly see your paragraphs. Don't try to get marks by using as many linking words as possible. Some students put a linking word, or sometimes they're called cohesive devices, at the beginning and in the middle of every single sentence. So every sentence begins with however, moreover, in addition, blah blah blah. This is not how you get high marks for using linking words. You get high marks for using linking words appropriately and accurately. Appropriately is the key word there. You only use them when needed. You don't get more marks for just adding in more linking words. So don't overuse linking words. Only use them when necessary. I'm going to show you lots of sample answers of my sample answers, and I'm going to show you how often I use them, and you'll be surprised at how little I actually use them. People who get a band 9 use them as little as possible. Don't try to find comparisons that are not there. So remember, if you think back to the question, the instructions always say report or find comparisons where relevant. So there won't be comparisons every time. Sometimes there will be, so you report them because it's relevant to do so, but sometimes there will not be any comparisons. Remember that coherence means that your answer makes sense. If you're writing about comparisons that are just not in there, then your answer won't make sense and it will be difficult to understand. So some students have been told by teachers that you must always find a comparison. You must always report the comparison. No, sometimes you'll have to do it, sometimes you won't. If you have to do it, it will be very obvious. You'll be able to make a comparison, and we're going to look at that in further modules. Here is lexical resource. So here is the official IELTS marking criteria for this. Lexical resource just means vocabulary. That's all it means. It's just a fancy word for vocabulary. So again, feel free to pause the video if you want, but it's probably better if you listen to my do's and don'ts and then come back and look at this later. So, things you should do with vocabulary. You must use a range of vocabulary. Don't use the same words again and again and again. Use vocabulary for describing data accurately and appropriately. So there is very, very specific vocabulary that you need to describe a pie chart, for example, or there's very specific vocabulary you need to describe a process. And I'm going to give you that in module 10. But the thing you must bear in mind is it must be accurate. So it must be spelled correctly, the collocations need to be correct, the meaning needs to be correct, and it must be appropriate to use that in that sentence. Use appropriate collocations. So collocations are words that normally go together, and we're going to show you that in module 10. This is very important. You should think accuracy first. Lexical resource and grammar is a balancing range and accuracy. So range means that you use a wide range of vocabulary, wide range of words. Accuracy means that they are correct. The problem is the wider range of vocabulary that you use, the more chance you have of making a mistake. So which is more important? Is it more important to use a range of vocabulary, or is it more important to be correct? I and most IELTS examiners, including some of the very top IELTS examiners I've worked with, all say that accuracy is the most important thing. If you go in and you think range first, if you think about giving the biggest range of vocabulary possible, you will make mistakes and you'll lower your mark. However, if you play it safe and think about accuracy first, you will have a wide enough range of vocabulary to get a high score. So always think about making fewer mistakes, about getting everything correct first. And then at the end, if you have time, you can think about widening your vocabulary, but try and minimize mistakes first. Let's look at things that you should not do. Of course, you shouldn't misspell words. You shouldn't use words and phrases you don't know 100%. So this is what I call the 100% rule. If you use words you're not 100% sure about, you will make mistakes. 100% means for vocabulary, you know the spelling, you know the grammar, you know the meaning, you know the synonyms, you know the collocations. If you don't know that about a word and you You will know that about lots and lots of words, but there will be some words that you're just not sure about. If you think, I don't really know about this word, don't just throw it into your essay. Use a simpler word or phrase in that situation, because as I said before, accuracy is the most important thing. Don't repeat words from the question or data source. So there might be keywords in the question or in the data source. For example, in the very first example I used, it was all about computers. Therefore, you shouldn't just repeat the word computer, 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 computer. You could vary that word a little bit. Instead of computer, you could write computers. You could use a synonym of that word. So you could use something like information technology or IT or a gadget or a device. Or you could use an example of that word like laptop or desktop. But try to vary your words, especially words that you are from the question or from the graph, because those are the words that the examiner will be looking at to see have you varied them. However, you shouldn't take risks. So if you see the word car, for example, and in your essay it has the word car 6 or 7 times, and you're trying to think of a different way to explain that, and you just make a guess and you change 5 of those words from car to something else. I had one student recently who changed car to vehicle. Vehicle doesn't specifically mean car. Vehicle means car, train, bus, taxi, bike, boat. It can mean anything. So unfortunately, she was incorrect. Only use synonyms that you are 100% correct. Are 100% correct. So for car, she could have used motor car or automobile, and those would have been correct. But simply stating vehicle is not correct. Don't try and show off your vocabulary. For both task 2 and task 1, this is the thing that IELTS examiners hate the most. Students inserting long, complicated words into their essay that are not appropriate and are not accurate. There are very, very specific words that you need to use in order to describe data or to describe a process, and I'm going to show you them. And these words are not very complex. So stick with those words instead of learning lists of very complicated words and inserting them into your essay. This will lead to mistakes. Mistakes will lead to lower marks. Here is the criteria for grammar. So grammar do's. These are things that you should do in order to get a band 7, 8 or a 9. You must use appropriate structures. So one of the big mistakes that students make is they have been told by a teacher you need to use a range of structures. That is correct. But what is incorrect is when students try to use every single tense in the English language and every single grammar structure in the English language that they know. You are only writing a 150-word report. There is no way that you can use every single tense. There is no way that you can use every single structure. If you're talking about data that's in the past, you might use the past simple or you might use the present perfect. And that's only 2 things that they want you to use, and that is appropriate, because you're talking about data in the past. Appropriate means using the correct structure for the correct thing you're trying to describe. So if you are comparing 2 different pieces of data, of course you would use a comparative structure. Data A is more than data B, and that is an appropriate structure to use in that situation. So always think about the structure that you need to use rather than I need to use 12 different structures in this essay. Use the correct tense. Always look at the dates. Always look at the dates of the line graph or the bar chart or the map. So if you were looking at a map from 1930, and there might be another map in 2015 or 2016, the present day, and then there might be a third map about 2020. So for one map you would be using past, the present tense of course you'd be using present, and for the future map of course you'd be using future. So always think about this. This is one of the things that the examiner will be looking for. Use the structures accurately, of course, and use accurate punctuation. So know when to use full stops, know when to use commas. Commas are probably the biggest mistake that students make. Again, this is a balancing act between range and accuracy. For grammar, don't worry about using a wide range of structures because you will do it anyway. If you look at the dates and you use the correct tenses and you describe the data appropriately, you will use different structures anyway. Always think accuracy first, writing completely accurate sentences. The rule is that the more accurate sentences you have, so the more sentences that have no grammar errors whatsoever, the higher your score. If more than 50% of your sentences have even small grammar mistakes, you can't get above a band 6 for grammar. So the more sentences you have with no mistakes, the better. So things that you should not do. Of course, you shouldn't make careless mistakes, silly mistakes. Everybody makes silly mistakes. I make mistakes every time I write a letter or even a text message. I make mistakes. Everyone does it. You probably do it all the time in your native language. But what you must do is check your work regularly for these mistakes. 2 things that you should do. The first thing is when you write a sentence and you put a full stop at the end, go back and read that full sentence again. And that will help you check that sentence in just 2 or 3 seconds. This is a very, very quick way to check everything. If you do that, you will raise your score immediately. Second thing you need to do is at the end of your essay, when you've finished your essay, you need to read everything again one more time, and then you'll correct your mistakes. You should also establish your common mistakes. So everybody has common mistakes. Some people have problems with plurals. Some people have problems with punctuation. Some people have problems with articles. What you should do is establish your common mistakes, know that you make those mistakes, and then you can fix them. The next thing you shouldn't do is you shouldn't try to use as many grammar structures as possible. We've already talked about this. Don't go into the exam trying to use every single grammar structure. It's about using them appropriately, not using as many as you can. So that's the end of this module. What you should do is you should go back and read anything you didn't quite understand, or look at the official marking criteria and read that and try to understand that. But if you don't understand it, don't worry. Just stick to what I told you about the do's and the don'ts. So let's review what we did in this module. We looked at the structure of all task 1 questions. We looked at the 7 different types of question. We looked at the official marking criteria, and then we simplified the marking criteria by looking at lots of things that you should do and you shouldn't do for each of the 4 criteria. And if you do those things and you don't do the other things, you will get a 7, 8, or a 9. So in the next module, we're going to look at how to understand and analyze charts, graphs, and tables. So I hope you find that useful, and thank you very much. I'll see you in the next module. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to module 3. In this module, we're going to look at how to understand and analyze graphs, charts, and tables. So let's look in more detail at what we're going to do in this module. We're going to look at how to identify the key features of the data sources. The data sources are, of course, the graphs, bar charts, and pie charts, and that sort of thing. We're going to use these key features to understand the data in those data sources. And we're going to identify the purpose of the data sources. This is very, very important because it helps us identify the main features that we're going to include in our answer. Now, this module is very important because lots of people who are doing task 1 have never really dealt with data sources like pie charts, graphs, tables, things like that before. So it takes them a while to identify the main features, to understand them, and you only have 20 minutes to write your full answer. So being able to identify the key features, understand the data, and identify the purpose quickly is key to writing a good answer. If you know how to do all of these things, you will be able to understand everything very, very quickly, plan your answer, and start writing quickly and finish within 20 minutes. So first we're going to look at the features of a line graph or a bar graph. So this is a typical line graph that you might get in IELTS writing task 1. And there are 5 features of any line graph or bar graph. You will have a title, you will have an x-axis, which is horizontal, a y-axis, which is vertical, you will have units of measurement, and you'll probably have a key. So let's look at each of them in more detail. So here is the title, and the title will help you understand everything in the graph. So first you should look at the title and understand it. Then this is the x-axis, this is horizontal or flat. This is the y-axis, this is always pointing up. And then you will normally have units of measurement on the x-axis and the y-axis. But I wanted to show you this one because sometimes you won't be given units of measurement. Instead, you'll have to just assume them, imply them from the title. So the title is total population. So this will be number of people. So the unit of measurement here on the y-axis will be number of people. And there's nothing telling you what the unit of measurement here is, but 1870, 2010, we can assume that this is years, from years 1870 to 2010. So even though it doesn't tell us what the units of measurement are for X and Y, we can tell what they are from looking at the rest of the data. And then the key is this. It's just telling you that the blue line means total population. So you might have 2 lines or 3 lines or 4 lines, and it will normally have a key here, and one will be a yellow line or a green line or a red line, indicating what those lines represent. So then if we move on to the bar graph, we can identify the features here. Here is our title. Here's our x-axis. Here's our y-axis. And in this one, it tells us the units. So this one is percentage. So 10%, 20%, 30%. And then this is groups of years. So how old people are. And then the key is here. It's telling us the blue bars are women and the white bars are men. So you should be able to look at this graph and quickly understand what is happening with the graph. If you don't think about all of these various features, you won't be able to understand it properly. You will probably make mistakes, or it will take you a long time understanding it. So let's move on to the features of a pie chart. So here is a pie chart. A pie chart is always just a circle, and then it's cut into different sections. So there are 3 things that a pie chart has. It will have a title, it will have a key or a label, and it will have units of measurement, normally percentages. So here we have the title, browser usage on Wikimedia in October 2011. The key is on each piece, so it is labeled here for us. However, in some graphs it might be here, so it might say Chrome green, Firefox red, IE blue, Safari purple. So it might be on the side along here, or it might just be here. And then we have the unit of measurements here, and these are always percentages, because a pie chart is always just showing percentages or proportions. It's just an easy to understand way to represent proportions or percentages. So the key features of a table, here is the table I showed you in the last module. And the 4 main features here are title, columns, rows, and units of measurement. So here is the title. It will help us understand what's happening first. Here are the rows. So rows go across like this, and columns go down. So these are the 3 columns. So columns go up and down, and rows go across. And we're told here the measurement is millions of euros. So by looking at these 4 things, looking at the title, looking at the columns, looking at the rows, and looking at the units of measurement, we can easily understand what's happening. And this is two different tables here, so we need to take that into consideration as well. So now let's look at the most important part of this module, finding out the purpose of the graphs, charts, or tables. So it is important to understand the data, but it is even more important to know the purpose. So what we've looked at already is how to understand the data quickly and know what we're dealing with. However, the next step is understanding the purpose. All graphs and charts display data. However, there will normally be more data than required. So if we look back at this, there is lots and lots of data here. And lots of students will look at this and go, I don't know which one to pick out. I don't know what to write about and what not to write about. I can't write about all the data. There just isn't enough time. So it's important that we identify the key features, and purpose helps us to do that. So identifying the key features means that we identify the most important information, the information that we're going to include in our overview and our details paragraphs. And to do that, we need to think about purpose. So there are two main purposes for graphs, charts, or tables. The first one is to show trends over time. So trends from the beginning of the time to the end of the time, that is in the graph or the chart. And the second main purpose is to compare and contrast data. So comparing things that are similar or contrasting things that are different. So if you know the difference between these two, you can quickly identify the purpose. So let's look at each of these in more detail. So trends over time. You'll always be able to tell if it's a trend over time by looking at the bottom axis. So this axis, time will always go in this direction. So it will go from the past into the present or the future. And what they want you to do is identify the general trend that happens from the start to the end. So we're not going to get into too much detail because we're going to look at this in far more detail in a later module. But if we just looked at Africa, so Africa's goes very, very flat for a long time, and then it goes up slightly, and then it goes up a bit more, and then it goes up quite a bit. That's too much information for a general trend. They don't want you to talk that much about from here, then to here, then to here, then to here. What they want you to just say is from this point to this point, what happens? So from that point to that point, this happens. Straight line from point A to point B, there is a increase. Okay? And that's as simple as they want you to put it. Don't overcomplicate it, just a increase. So you could say a gradual increase, and for this one it would be a dramatic increase. And same for this one. So this isn't a line graph, it's a bar chart, but because we can see here that there is a timeline going from the past to a later date in the past, so from 1801 to 1961, they want you to identify what the general trend was from 1801 to 1961. Now lots of people might say, oh, it went up and then it went down and then it went up and then it went down and then it went up and then leveled and then went down and then leveled again. That's too much information for a general trend. What you're going to do is just from point A to point B, what was the general trend? It decreased. But from 1801 to 1961, it decreased. That was the general trend over time. And in your answer, you can go into more detail about in between years, going up and down, but the overall trend is just a decrease. And we're going to look at that in much more detail in Module 5 and Module 7 and 8. So comparing and contrasting. Comparing and contrasting is when you have no date. So you look at this one, there are no dates. This is when they've just asked people, it's a survey, so it will be one date, not over time. What's your favorite color? Okay, very, very simple. So because there's no date, we can't talk about any general trends. So what we need to do is compare things that are kind of the same and contrast. So we would say things like blue is the highest and pink is the lowest. So we've contrasted blue and pink. Flesh, white and yellow are relatively the same. They're all quite low. Grey compared to flesh, grey is about 3 times bigger than flesh, and red is about 25% bigger than grey. So what you can do is just you compare and you contrast between each of the categories, so you don't think about time. Let's look at another example, comparing and contrasting. So this is comparing and contrasting in a pie chart. So these are world religions, and you can see this was just in 2007. So it's just one date. So you're not trying to track religions over time, like how many Catholics there were 100 years ago, 50 years ago, and today, or how many Muslims there were 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and today. It's just looking at 2007. What percentage of the population of the world, so it's world religions, were there in 2007? So comparing and contrasting, you could say that Muslims and Catholics were the two biggest in terms of proportion, and then you could say Sikhs and Jewish people were the least, and you could also add up the other Christians. So other Christians, Anglicans, Orthodox, Protestants, these are all types of Christian people. So you could add those up and you could compare them to Catholics, who are also Christian. So this is just comparing different percentages on one date. You might also be asked to compare pie charts from different dates and different countries. So if we look at this, we have Italy and Yemen. So these are both for Yemen and these are for Italy. But if you look here, it's 2000 and 2050. So from the past and projections for the future. So you could compare Yemen from the past and the future. So for this one, this is 15 to 59-year-olds. You would say it is projected to increase for 15 to 59-year-olds. And you could compare, so that would be comparing these two. And you could also contrast these two. So you could say, let's stick with 15 to 59-year-olds. You could say that Italy has a far bigger population, or had a far bigger population than Yemen of 15 to 59-year-olds. However, Yemen had a much higher population of 0 to 14-year-olds than Italy. So you'll see that you compare both time and you compare and contrast countries. So let's think about what we achieved in this module, what we did and how we improved our knowledge of writing task 1. So we identified the key features of each of the data sources, that these will help us understand the data, and we identified the purpose for each of the data sources. So you should think about trends over time, or just one particular moment in time or 2 moments in time, and comparing and contrasting that data. So now that we understand both the actual data and the purpose of the data, we can move on to the next module. So in the next module, we're going to look at how to plan our answers, how to identify the key features, and how to structure our answers. So I hope you find that module useful and you understand graphs, charts, and pie charts in much more detail. And thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next module. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Module 4 of Writing Task 1. Today we're going to look at planning, structure, and identifying key features. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module in a little bit more detail. We're going to look at why we should plan. Lots of people don't plan, so I'm going to convince you why planning is a good idea. I'm going to show you a step-by-step system for planning. And then I'm going to show you a simple 4-paragraph structure that I use for all of my Task 1 essays. Then we're going to look at something very, very important, how to identify key features. This is something that most students don't do very well, but it's one of the most important things. We're going to look at examples of lots of different questions, and we're going to use those examples to help us identify the key features and learn how to identify the key features. And then we're going to look at some key lessons that we learnt by looking at all the examples. So it's a very long lesson, so have a coffee or a cup of tea, get your thinking cap on, and let's start. So let's review what we did in the last module. We looked at how to understand and analyze graphs, charts and tables, and we'll be using the things that we learned in module 3 in this module. So if you didn't look at the last module, go back and have a look at module 3 before beginning this module. So why should you plan? Lots of people tell me that they don't have time to plan in task 1. They say task 1 is only 20 minutes and they always run over time. They always spend 25 minutes or 30 minutes planning, or sorry, not 30 minutes planning, 30 minutes writing their essay. You should only spend 20 minutes or less writing your task 1 essay. So I understand why people don't want to plan, but the main reason why you should plan is it does actually save you time. Most students that I teach, when they start planning, they all tell me it actually does save them time. They get their task 1 finished in 20 minutes or less. The reason is, if you know what to write, writing will be quick. So you will write far faster when you have a plan, when you know exactly what to write. So that the writing stage is much faster. Task 1 is a thinking task and a writing task. So the examiner is looking for you to demonstrate that you can understand the data, that you can analyze the data, that you can pick out the main features and then write about them. So at least 20 to 30% of the task is just thinking about the data and then writing about it. And we do most of our thinking in the planning stage. So if you start writing without planning, then it's very difficult to think and write at the same time. So what we do is we do all our thinking first and then we start writing. You will also make fewer mistakes. And because you're not writing and thinking at the same time, you're just focusing on writing, then you will obviously make less mistakes because you're focusing on just one thing. So you'll make fewer grammar mistakes, you'll make fewer vocabulary mistakes, and you will also make fewer data mistakes and fewer idea mistakes. And you won't get stuck. The main reason why people run out of time or don't get their task 1 finished in 20 minutes is they write one sentence and then they have to think about it for a while and think about what they're going to write next, so they get stuck. If you plan everything and then you start writing, you just write continuously. You don't get stuck. You don't have to think about anything. So it's much easier. So please try and plan your essay for at least 5 minutes. Every single student that I have taught who has got a band 8 or a band 9, the one thing they have in common is they all plan their answers. So there are 4 stages to planning. The first stage is understanding the graph. We did this in module 3. The next stage is identifying the key features. We're going to do that in this module. We also need to identify any comparisons. And then we add this information to a structure that we have memorized. And we're going to look at that structure in this module. So let's look at how to understand the graph one more time. Let's just revise what we learned in module 3 plus a few extra things that you have to think about. So this is the first part of your planning stage, and you don't have to write anything down if you don't want to. If you want to write some things down, fine, but most of these things are just thinking. They are just sitting there looking at the question and thinking about this. And a good way to do it is just to ask yourself several questions. So these are some of the questions that you should ask yourself. What type of graph is it? So you will instantly recognize the type of graph. What does the title say? What does it say on the x-axis and what does it say on the y-axis? What is the measurement? So what is the unit of measurement? Is it percent? Is it a number of people? What kind of data is it that they are showing you? What are the items and is there a key? So what are say there are 4 lines. What does each line represent? Is there a key that is showing you what each line represents? Are you sure about this? So let's look at more questions that you would have to think about. You'd have to think about how many items are there. If there are 2 graphs, how many items are there in graph 1 and how many items are there in graph 2? is it over time or not? So does it begin in the past, say 100 years ago or 50 years ago, and does it run up to the future? If it is over time, that is going to affect your answer. What tenses will you have to use? So is the data from the past, present, or is it a projection into the future? What is the purpose of the graph? Is it to show general trends, or is it to compare and contrast things? And this is very important. We looked at this in module 3. So by asking yourself all of these questions, you will be able to fully understand the graph. So you don't have to write anything down, but until you think about all of these things, you shouldn't start your question. So that's the first stage of planning. Then we go on to the next stage of planning. So next we're going to move on to structure. So we're going to look at the 4-paragraph structure that I use for every task 1 question. The question always states the same thing. It always says summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and making comparisons where relevant. And this is very good for us because we can use the same structure for every question. So the data will be different and the question will be slightly different, but this never changes. The bit in red never changes. So that means we can confidently use the same structure again and again and again. So this is our task 1 structure. Each number represents a paragraph. So first paragraph is your introduction. Then you skip a line. Your second paragraph will be your overview. And then your third paragraph will be your first details paragraph, where you get into more detail. And then you skip a line, and the fourth paragraph is your second details paragraph. We're going to have a full module in the next module, module 5, on how to write an introduction and how to write an overview. And then module 6, we're going to look in detail at how to write the details paragraphs. But before we do that, just in case people don't really know what these are, we're going to briefly look at each one of them. So the paragraph 1 is our introduction. So imagine we get this question here. The chart below shows the number of men and women in further education in Britain in 3 periods and whether they were studying full-time or part-time. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. So as I said before, this bit never changes. However, this bit is our question. Okay, this is our question statement. So all the introduction is we simply paraphrase the bit that I've just highlighted here, the question statement. And we paraphrase this simply by writing it again, but in different words so that it has the same meaning. And we're going to look at how to do that in much more detail in the next module. Paragraph 2 is our overview. This is where we pick 2, 3, or 4 key features and report them generally. And generally means that we don't report any data. Data is too specific, and we leave that until the details paragraphs. So in the overview, we just pick out the 2 to 4 most important things or the most obvious things, and we report them in a very general way. And we're going to look at how to do that in much more detail in the next module. So if we were going to pick out some very general things about this graph, what would we pick out? So let's look at the burglary. So if we look at from the starting point to the end point, so this bit here. So the big picture is that burglary is decreasing. If we look at robbery, it stays basically the same. So it stays relatively stable. So the big picture for robbery is that it stays relatively stable. So you would include that in your overview. If we were to look at car theft, so from 2003 to 2012, it increases. So we're looking at the big picture, and it goes from here to here so that it increases. So that is all you would have to do for that graph. Burglary goes down, car theft goes up, and robbery stays the same. Those are the 3 most obvious things about that graph, and you wouldn't include any data. So the details paragraph, this is where you report the key features in more detail. So you get into much more detail in the details paragraphs. So if we look at burglary. Let's concentrate on burglary. So for the overview, we were just looking at from this point to this point, and it went down. We're just giving the general overview. However, in the details paragraph, we need to look at what happens between here and here, what happens between, say, here and here, and then what happens between here and here. So there are, in the overview, there is just one stage from 2003 to 2012, but in the details paragraphs, we get into much more detail in smaller stages like this. So let's move on to identifying key features. The biggest mistakes students make is overcomplicating these. The number one thing that students do is they make their job more complicated, more complex than it really needs to be. The things that you're looking for are often the most obvious things. Students think that IELTS is very, very difficult, therefore that the answers to the question must be difficult, they must be complicated, the answers must be complex. In task 1, the key features will be the easiest things to spot, and for some reason students find this very difficult to understand. So I'm going to demonstrate to you with lots of examples later how you shouldn't overcomplicate these and how they are the easiest things to understand. The examiner knows that you have never seen the graph before and that you are not an expert in this field. So think about the last graph that we looked at. That was about crime in Manchester. The examiner knows that you've never been to Manchester. The examiner knows that you might have never studied criminology or know anything about crime, and they know that this is the first time you've ever seen the graph and you only have 20 minutes. So they're not expecting you to have a very, very complicated answer. In the last question, it would just be one goes up, one goes down, and one stays the same. That's all the examiners are expecting. So the biggest mistake teachers make is simply telling students to look out for things like these. So I've watched lots of teachers teach IELTS Task 1, and when it comes to identifying key features, the teacher just stands at the front of the room and says, look out for these things, look out for the biggest thing, the smallest thing, the biggest changes, the biggest differences, the biggest trends, the biggest comparisons. And I did this too. When I first started teaching IELTS many years ago, I told my students this. And what happened was, after the class, I would give them homework, and the homework would be just look at a graph and identify the main features. And if there was 16 people in the class, I would get 16 different answers. So obviously I had failed as a teacher. If my students are failing, that means I am failing. I'm not teaching them properly. So there needs to be a better way of teaching people how to identify key features. The problem with just telling students to look out for the biggest, the smallest, the biggest differences, etc., is that it does not allow any flexibility, and it treats all graphs the same. It is telling students that every question is going to be the same, all the data is going to be the same. You just have to look for the biggest and the smallest. That means that students do not look at each graph on its own merits, and they just pick out the things that they think might be correct, but most of the time they're not. So let's look at this. This is a very good example. If you were looking for the biggest, say you would say, burglary was the biggest in 2004 and the lowest was robbery, but car theft became the biggest in 2007. So if you included those three things in your overview for this, it would be wrong. The examiner is not looking for which one was the biggest in 2004 and which one was the biggest after 2008 and which one was the smallest. Because this is a graph over time, what they are looking for is simply the general trends. So burglary goes down, car theft goes up, robbery stays the same. Those are the three simple things. But if you looked at this list, these things here, most students would just look at this graph and interpret it the way that I told you at the start, and that would be wrong. So what we're going to do now is we're going to look at several different graphs, pie charts, bar charts, line graphs, multiple graphs, and I am going to pick out the key features that you would include in your overview. So for this one, the first thing I would notice about this one is it is a graph over time. It is a bar chart over time, so from 2002 to 2010. So what I'm looking for here, if it's over time, is general trends. You always look for general trends with bar graphs or line graphs that go over time. So what I do is I just put my pencil or pen at the start and I trace it up to the end. And what happens is you'll see that's a steady increase. The next thing I would do is I would look at this. So this is 2002 and 2010, and it is divided into level of education. So the lowest level of education here up to the highest level of education here. And I would plot a line from here up to here, and here up to here. And because the graph is going from least amount of education up to most, then I can quickly decide, sorry, my drawing of arrows isn't very good. I can quickly see that the higher the education goes, the higher the computer ownership goes. And this is both the same for 2002 and 2010, relatively the same. And remember that we're not getting into any detail here. So the key features are two general trends. One is a general trend over time. The first one, there was a significant rise in the percentage of the population that owned a computer. So from the first date to the last date, it increased. And the second one was the higher the level of education, the more likely they are to own a computer. So let's look at some mistakes that students would possibly make on this question. For your overview, one of the biggest mistakes that students would make would be to try to compare these groups. So they would start talking about the difference between high school diploma and college, and the difference between college and postgraduate. That is getting into too much detail, and obviously you would have to talk about more than 4 things. Remember that the key features that you include in your overview will only have between 2 and 4 features in it, 2 and 4 things. So let's look at this graph. So the first thing I notice about this graph is that it's over time. However, it is not years or months or weeks, it is just time of the day or night. So it is just a 24-hour period from 6 a.m. to the next 6 a.m. And there are only 2 things. There is television and there is radio. So because it's just over a 24-hour period, the most obvious thing we need to look for is, for television, when is it used the most? And for radio, when is radio used the most? So we can see here that television is used the most in the evening, so between say 6 and about midnight. For radio, we can see that radio is used in the morning, so between say 7 a.m. and 12 noon. So those are 2 key features of this graph. The next thing that we might look for is, because there are only two items, television and radio, we can compare these. So which one is used the most? So we can see just by looking at the whole data that television is used much more than radio. So our 3 key features are this. Watching TV is highest in the evening, listening to radio highest in the morning, and overall more people watch TV. So it's 1 highest and lowest and 1 comparison, so 3 things. So let's look at some common mistakes that people make. The biggest mistake that people make on this question is they see that it's over time, so they start looking for general trends. So they would say people don't watch TV very much in the morning, and then it starts to peak at around 2, and it peaks at around 8 p.m., and then it falls down sharply to 2 a.m., and then remains relatively stable. So you'll notice that there are 1, 2, 3, 4 things just for television. So already we've broken the rule of between 2 and 4 things. So that means there are too many things that we describe in our overview. So it's fine to describe these things in our details paragraph, but for our overview, we can't do that. Similarly, people might say radio peaks from 6 a.m. up to 8 p.m. and then there is a steady decrease until 6 a.m. the following morning. This is 2 things. So if you added these 2 things to the 4 things that you would talk about television, that's 6 things altogether, 6 elements. So it's just too much. So we wouldn't describe the general trends for this one because it's just one day. So next we're going to look at a bar chart. And the first thing you'll notice about this bar chart is it's over time. So we're going to be looking for general trends. And then we'd look at full-time and part-time. And it's divided into female and male. So if we start with full-time education, we would plot here to here, so the start date to the end date. It goes up. For women, for full-time, it goes up. So that's our first general trend. For full-time education, both men and women, it goes up. Let's look at females. For part-time, it doesn't just go up, it increases dramatically or significantly. And for men, it fluctuates. So it goes down and then it goes up a little bit. So our 3 general trends would be overall the number of men and women in full-time education increased, women in part-time education increased significantly, and men in part-time education fluctuated. Let's look at some mistakes that students would make. The biggest mistake students would make would be getting into too much detail between the years. So they would start saying between 1970 and 81 it increased, and then between 81 and 91 it increased again. So for women, they would discuss this and then they would discuss this instead of just discussing the overall trend. Because if you discuss this, then 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 this, and then this, and this, there are just too many elements. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. So if you include 8 things in your overview, then you're not really giving an overview. You're getting into too much detail. Of course, you can discuss these things in more detail in a details paragraph, but for the overview, you're just looking for the most general things. So now let's look at pie charts. Now this is quite an interesting pie chart because there are 2 countries, Italy and Yemen, and there are also 2 years. So we don't really know whether we should make a comparison or whether we should show the general trends. And the next thing you would need to look at is the years. So 0 to 14 years, 15 to 59 years, and 60 plus years. So you can see that unless you look at each piece of information, so the countries, the dates, and the key below, you won't really you won't really understand the graph, and you won't know the purpose of the graph and therefore what the key features are. So the purpose of this graph is 2 things. It's to compare Yemen and Italy. So we have 2 countries, so therefore they want to compare them. This is why the person who made these pie charts, this is why they're doing it. And they want to compare dates. So they want to compare 2000 and 2050. And here, again, 2000 and 2050. So the first thing I would do is try and find a general trend for Yemen and Italy. So if we look at Yemen and Italy, we can notice that in Yemen there are a higher proportion of younger people, so 0 to 14 2015 to 59 in both Yemen for 2000 and 2050 than Italy in 2000 and 2050. So overall, Yemen has the younger population for both dates. Then we would compare 2000 and 2050 for both, and for both Yemen and Italy, it is predicted that between 2000 and 2050 the populations will get older. So for Yemen and for Italy. So our two things is one comparison and one general trend over time. It is clear that Yemen had the younger population in the year 2000, and the same is predicted for 2050. The populations of both countries are predicted to get older over the 50-year period. So I've made one comparison. Here is the comparison between the two countries, and one general trend for both countries. Now let's look at the mistakes that students would make when trying to find the key features. The biggest mistake students would make would be commenting on each individual age bracket. So instead of just saying people generally get older, they would start commenting on the differences between individual years. So they would say half of the people in Yemen in 2000 were between 0 and 14 years, and only just over 14% were in Italy in 2000. So that's just getting into too much detail. If you find yourself commenting on percentages or specific categories, then you are getting into too much detail, and those are not the key features that you need to include in your overview. Now let's look at a table. So this is the one that students don't really like because there's so much information. So it's difficult to pick out key features when there is so much information. When you get lots of information like this, don't focus on any of the numbers. Just look at generally what is happening. What are the big trends? So there are two categories, coffee and bananas, and there are 2 years, 99 and 2004. So what you would do is you would look for any general trends between 1999 and 2004, because two dates, so we need to see is anything going up or going down. What's the general trend? So we can see here increase, 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 increase. So our first general trend is for coffee. It increases between 1999 and 2004. The purpose of this is to show the difference between 1999 and 2004. Again, purpose of this is to show the difference between 1999 and 2004 for bananas. So increase, 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 slight decrease, and slight decrease. So our second general trend is most countries. So there's 3 out of 5. Most countries for bananas, they also increased. So there's two general trends for the table. Coffee increased in all 5 countries, and sales of banana only went up in 3 out of 5 countries. Or you could just say sales of bananas went up in most countries. Very, very general, not getting into too much detail. And the biggest mistake students would make would be getting lost in the numbers, talking about the data. You don't include any data in your overview. They are not the key features. Now let's look at two different graphs. So here is a pie chart and here is a table. Again, lots and lots of information. What we need to do is just find the most general things about each graph. When we get two different data sources, there will always be one general thing, one key feature from each. So you won't just mention key features from one and not the other. So what we need to usually do is find 1 or 2 key features from the first one and 1 or 2 key features from the second one. So the most overall thing that I can see in the pie chart here is there are 3 main causes of land degradation. These are the causes. There are 3 main ones, and overgrazing is the most significant. Then if we look at causes of land degradation, we can see that there are 3 main causes. Because this is our overview, we're looking for key features for our overview, we're not going to include 3 different things. So we can't talk about any of this. Okay, there's just too much information here, and we're not going to talk about that. What we need to do is look at this and see if there is any significant information here. And the most significant information here is Europe has much more land degraded than North America and Oceania. So the two main features, the two key features are, there are three main reasons why farmland becomes degraded, and overgrazing is the main one. The table shows that Europe had a far higher proportion of unproductive land than Oceania or North America. So there are three things there. Three things are three main reasons. Overgrazing is the main one. Europe had a far higher proportion than the other two. So the problems that students would get would be comparing these. So there are three things, so it's too much. And comparing these. So that would mean that you were discussing between 3 and 7 things if you talked about this as well. So you wouldn't say overgrazing is highest and then deforestation is second and then overcultivation is third. That's too many things for one graph. Then you wouldn't start talking about these 3 things because there's just too much. That would be the biggest mistake, just talking about too many things in your overview. Remember, for 2 graphs, there should be 1 or 2 from one and 1 or 2 from the other. So I hope by going through each of those examples with you and showing you how I think about each of them, that has made it much clearer and much easier for you to pick out your key features and include them in an overview. I think that's a much better way of showing you than just say, look for the highest and look for the lowest. But let's review the key lessons that we learned from looking at those examples. Don't get into detail. So there shouldn't be any detail. There shouldn't be any facts or any data in your overview. So you don't look at detail for the key features. Look for the most obvious thing. If you think about the first graph we looked at about crime, just one went up, one went down, one stayed the same. That was the most obvious thing about that. If you think about the computer ownership example, just over time it went up, and the more education someone had, the more likely they were to own a computer. Very, very obvious. If there's more than 4 elements, then it is probably wrong. So if you're talking about more than 4 things, then it is wrong. Look at the big picture. So look at what is happening overall. It is called an overview. What is happening on a big scale, not looking at details. Don't overcomplicate it. If it seems easy or obvious, then you have the right answer. So if you looked at a graph and just one goes up, one goes down, and one fluctuates, and you think, oh, this is too easy, there must be other things that I need to find. It's not. It's the easiest thing is probably the key features. It's probably the right answer. Look for general trends if over time. So if it's over time from one date to the next date, then always look for the general trends. And think about the purpose. Why did the person making this graph make it? Think about the pie charts example. The person who made that pie chart wanted to show you the difference between Italy and Yemen and their projections for the future. So you're going to include both of those things in your overview. There's going to be at least one key feature about the difference between Yemen and Italy, and one key feature between the difference between 2000 and 2050. So let's review what we did in this module. Why we should plan, how to plan, the simple 4-paragraph structure that I use, and we're going to be looking at that in much more detail in the next 2 modules. How to identify key features that we need to include in our overview. Then we looked at lots of examples, and we looked at key lessons that you need to think about when finding key features for your overview when you're writing your own questions. So in the next module, we're going to look in lots of detail about how to write an effective introduction and how to take our key features and include them in our overview. So I hope you enjoyed that lesson. I hope you find it useful. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Module 5, how to write effective introductions and overview paragraphs. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module. We're going to review the paragraph structure that I showed you in the previous module. We're going to look at why introductions and overviews are so important. How to paraphrase. This is how we write our introductions. We paraphrase. So I'm going to show you lots of ways we can paraphrase in task 1. We're going to review how to identify main features, and then we're going to look at how to write an effective overview, the most important part of your whole essay. So let's look at what we did in the last module. We looked at why planning is important and a step-by-step guide to how to plan effectively. We looked at the overall 4-paragraph structure, and we looked at lots and lots of examples to help show you how it is easy to identify key features. And now we're going to take those key features and put them into our overview. But before that, I just want to review the overall structure with you because it's very important. We're going to be talking about this a lot today. So the first paragraph, paragraph number 1, is your introduction. Then you would skip a line and start your new paragraph, which is your second one, which is your overview. Third paragraph is your details. And fourth paragraph is a second details paragraph. I've been getting lots of questions from people saying, does the overview have to be the second paragraph? No, if you want, you can put the overview here. It doesn't matter. It will not affect your score in any way. The reason why I like to put the overview second is because you will be detailing lots of the key features in paragraphs 3 and 4, and it's just much easier to describe them generally and then get into detail rather than talking about details first and then describing things in more general terms. But if you want to put the overview at the end, that's no problem. So let's now look at how many sentences you should use for each of the paragraphs. Introduction is just going to be 1 sentence. Your overview is going to be 2 sentences. And then the details can be 3 or 4 sentences, each of them 3 or 4 sentences. So we're going to focus mostly on these 2 things today, just how to write an introduction and how to write an overview. So introductions are very easy to write and should be 1 sentence only. This is the easiest part of the whole IELTS test. They're easy to write because all you have to do is paraphrase the question statement. Paraphrasing means writing something again, but with different words, so that it has the same meaning. So it must have the same meaning as before, but it has different words. Don't worry if you don't understand this. We're going to look at it in much more detail. So first we need to know what the question statement is. So as I've said before, every single question has this bit in red. But before that, we always have the question statement. And here, for this question, is our question statement, and it's always the first thing in the question, in the box. So in this box, the first thing is always the question statement. So we need to paraphrase this bit that I've highlighted in yellow. And for this one, just to show you that it's exactly the same, first part of the question is this, and this is our question statement. So the bit that I've highlighted, that needs to be paraphrased. So it never changes. Every single question is like this. The first part in the box, we take it. It's always in the same. It's always as 1 paragraph. Could be 1 sentence, could be 2 sentences, but it's always 1 paragraph. So we need to take this and paraphrase it. So what is paraphrasing? We need to write the question statement again, but with different words. So how do we do that? We can do this in several ways. We can use synonyms. We can use different word forms, or we can use examples. So we're going to look at each of these in more detail now. So synonyms. These are different words that have the same meaning. You should know what these mean because they're very, very important, not just for writing, but for listening, reading, and speaking as well. So let's look at some examples. Man, male, same meaning, different words. A country, a nation. So where I'm from, Ireland, Ireland is my country and it's also my nation. It's the same meaning, different words. For task 1, a graph, bar chart, same thing. Line chart, line graph, same thing. However, there are two types of synonyms. There are direct synonyms and there are loose synonyms. So you have to be very, very careful with these. What we want is we want direct synonyms and we don't want loose synonyms. So direct synonyms are words that mean exactly the same thing, like woman and lady or woman and female. They mean exactly the same. But let's look at some examples here. And this is one of the biggest mistakes that students make. They use loose synonyms and they don't really mean the same thing. So you might see phone in your in the question and you might replace it with gadgets. Gadgets can mean anything. It can mean an electronic device that you use in your kitchen. It could mean a computer. It could mean something you use in your car. It just means, gadget means anything really electronic that we use. Phone is much more specific. It is something that we use to make and receive calls and send text messages. And now we have smartphones, which are a little bit different again. So if you replaced phone with gadget, you would be wrong. Phone is a gadget, but gadget means so many different things. It's not specific enough. Same with this, sport, exercise. Now, sports are things like football, swimming, tennis, of course, and exercise is the physical act of doing those things. So I can go swimming later on today, but I'm not doing a sport. Sport means you compete against other people. You're in competition with other people. I can go walking to the shops today, and that is just exercise, but it is not a sport. There's no sport where people compete to walk to the shop. So these mean two different things. Also, a common mistake is something like young person and a child. A child is someone under 18, so between 0 and 18 as a child. A young person can be someone in their 20s, 25-year-old, 26-year-old, 27-year-old might be a young person. So it's not, this one is not specific enough. This is very specific. Okay, so be very careful with loose synonyms. Only use direct synonyms. So let's look at how we can use synonyms in a real question. Let's look at an example. So chart, we'd replace it with graph. So what we do is we just take the word and we replace it with a direct synonym. Shows, displays. So we replace this word with displays. So it would be the graph below displays. Number, amount. Men and women, males and females. Further education, third level education. Weather, if. So you'll see that all of the synonyms that I have replaced here are direct synonyms. They mean exactly the same thing. They're not loose synonyms that kind of mean the same thing. And you'll also notice that there are large sections of the question that I haven't been able to use synonyms for, and that's fine. Some parts, like Britain, I can't think of a synonym for Britain. I can't think of a synonym for three. I can't think of a synonym for periods. I can't think of a synonym for full-time. That's fine. You won't be able to think of synonyms for every single word. If you do and you try, you'll make lots of mistakes. So only change the words that you know are direct synonyms and you're sure that the meaning is the same and they're easy to do. Don't spend 5 minutes trying to think of a synonym for part-time, for example. That's just a waste of time. So there are other ways that we can paraphrase, and the other way, one of the other ways, is word form. So there are 4 main types of word form. There are verbs, there are nouns, there are adjectives, and there are adverbs. For example, the verb to avoid, the noun is avoidance, the adjective is avoidable, and the adverb is avoidably. So we can change these around because they basically mean the same thing, and that helps us paraphrase the question. We can also change the tense, so we could change studying to which is a continuous tense, to study, which is just the base form of the word, or studied, which is the past simple. However, these often change the grammar, so you need to be very careful. So especially with these, when you change a verb to a noun or a noun to an adjective, the grammar will change a little bit. Sometimes it won't, but most of the time it will change. So you have to read the whole sentence and make sure that it makes sense. There's no point in replacing a word only to make a grammar mistake. So just be careful with these. So let's look at how we could use the word forms. The only word form that I can change here is studying. So I'm going to change it to either study or studied, because I can't think of a synonym for studying. Maybe learning, but it's a bit loose, so we're not going to take any chances. So we're just going to change studying to study or studied. The other way we can paraphrase is to use examples. So an example is Britain. What is Britain? It is the countries England, Wales, and Scotland. England, Wales, and Scotland are examples of countries in Britain. Okay, so that's the only thing that we could use. And for example, if it said phone, we could use the example of an iPhone or an Android phone or a smartphone. These are all examples. So putting it all together, the graph displays the amount of males and females in third level education in England, Wales, and Scotland in 3 periods, and if they studied part or full time. So the thing you'll notice about this is some words I haven't changed. So for example, 3 periods. It is fine to copy some of the words. Lots of teachers tell the students you must change every single word. That is impossible for most students, and examiners don't expect you to do that. For example, they. If you don't want to change it, you don't have to change it. I've changed this slightly, part or full-time. So I couldn't think of any synonyms or any ways to change full-time or part-time, so I've just changed it a little bit by saying part or full-time. And I've also taken out below. There's no below here because I'm not talking about something below, so I can just take that out. Okay, so let's move on to another one. This is from a question. The pie chart below shows the main reasons why agricultural land becomes less productive. The table shows how these causes affected 3 regions of the world during the 1990s. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to pause the video, get a piece of paper, and just think of some synonyms, how you could change maybe some word forms, and how you could use some examples, and how any other ways that you think that you could change this. So just pause the video and try it yourself. This will help you learn. So this is what I've done. The pie graph illustrates the primary reasons why farmland produces less over time. The table displays how these causes impacted 3 parts of the planet in the 90s. So pie chart, I've changed it to pie graph. This is gone. Shows, illustrates. So it normally says shows. So we can change shows with illustrates, or as I did in the last one, displays. We've kept the, of course, reasons, we've kept this one, but we've changed main to primary. So main and primary mean the same thing. Why we've changed it? Agricultural land is farming land. So we could say farmland or we could say farming land. So we've kept land, but we've changed agricultural to this. Becomes less productive. I couldn't think of a synonym, so I just changed the form a little bit. I changed productive, which is an adjective, to produces, which is a verb, kept less, and becomes, I've changed it to over time. So the table displays, instead of shows, displays how these causes, so I couldn't think of a way to change this, how these causes, so I've just kept that. Affected, impacted, means the same thing. 3 parts, 3 regions, and planet, world, and in the 90s instead of during the 90s. So there's lots of different ways that I have changed that paragraph so that it has the same meaning. So these have exactly the same meaning, but they have different words. And this is the very first thing that the examiner will see. So it is very impressive when somebody paraphrases the sentence correctly first time, and that's the first thing you read. The examiner knows that you probably know what you're doing, and it is a very good first impression to give the examiner. You also get extra marks for vocabulary, because the examiner knows if you can paraphrase something, you have a very good vocabulary. And also if you change a few things in the sentences, it shows that you have a good grasp of grammar as well. So it is a very important thing to do. One thing I should say is it takes time to get used to them. When you first try them, you'll probably make a few mistakes. But like anything in life, if you practice it, you will get very, very good at it, and it will take you 1 minute, 2 minutes to write them each time. However, I should warn you, just because it lists a word as a synonym in a dictionary does not mean it is a direct synonym. Lots of students send me their essays on my correction service, and I mark the synonym as incorrect, and I say, but Cambridge Dictionary said it's a synonym. Just because a dictionary says it's a synonym does not mean it's a direct synonym. If you don't know, just copy the word. If you can't think of a word, you can't think of a synonym, you don't know how to change it, copy the word. It is better to copy the word and have less range than to try and use a word you're not sure about and make a mistake. So overviews. These are the most important part of your whole Task 1 essay. Why are they the most important part? Because it clearly states in the marking criteria, a Band 6 answer presents an overview with information appropriately selected. So if you don't select the correct information, you don't select the key features, you can't get above a Band 5. You'll get a Band 5. But just because you select the key features doesn't mean that you'll get a very high score. What you need to do is your overview needs to be clear. It needs to be easy to read, easy to understand, of main trends, differences, or stages. Now, stages, you don't have to worry about this yet. Stages is about process diagrams, and we're going to do a whole lesson on process diagrams in module 11, so don't worry about stages. What we need to worry about is main trends and differences. So we don't have to include main trends and differences. It doesn't say and. It might be main trends and differences, but it just might be just main trends or just differences. As we will see later on in this module, main trends is normally when you get a graph over time. Differences is normally when you get a graph that's not over time. So you need to identify 2 to 4 of the key features from the graph, the pie chart, whatever it is. Could be 2 key features, could be 3, could be 4. You need to write them in a separate paragraph, and it does not matter where you put it. So it doesn't matter if it's paragraph 2 or paragraph 4, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is it is separate. And it should be 2 sentences only. By keeping your answer, your overview to 2 sentences only, it will stop you including too much detail, and it will focus your mind on only including the most important things, and it to be very, very clear. There should be no data or any details. Dates are okay, but there should be no percentages or any data from the graph. It's okay to include some dates sometimes, but any other time you shouldn't include any details. So let's review identifying the main features. It's normally the most obvious thing, and you need to look at the big picture, the overall picture, not looking at small details. You need to look at the big picture, as big a picture as possible. You need to think about purpose. If it's over time, it will normally be a general trend. If not over time, it's more likely to be something like the biggest, the smallest, and comparisons. But treat each graph differently. Don't just look at the biggest and the smallest and look for comparisons. Each graph has a different set of values. Each graph needs to be looked at differently. So let's look at this one. We need to identify between 2 and 4 key features and then report them generally in an overview. So the first thing we notice about this is it's over time. So we're thinking about general trends, and there are only 4 things: road, water, rail, and pipeline, how goods are transported. So we need to look at the general trend. So this one goes up, this one goes down and then up, and then down and then up, so that fluctuates. This one goes up, and this one goes up. So what we can say is road, water, and pipeline, they all go up, and rail fluctuates. And that's all we need to do. There are 4 things, and we can easily express those 4 things by just stating the general trends for each of them. So this is my overview. Overall, goods carried by road, on boats, and through pipes all displayed an upward trend over the entire period. The exception to this was rail, which fluctuated throughout the period. So there's a few things I want you to notice about this overview. There's no data, there are only 2 sentences, and I started it with overall. You should start every overview with overall. This indicates to the examiner that this is your overview paragraph, and it makes their job much easier. So there's 4 elements: road, boats, pipes, and rail. These were the 4 things in the graph. Only 2 sentences, no data, and their general trends over time. And it's the most obvious things. It's easy. Okay, 3 of them go up, 1 of them fluctuates. Every time I give that particular question to my students, they get too complicated. They start looking for comparisons and start writing very, very complex things. You don't have to do that. It's the most easy thing. 3 of them go up, 1 of them fluctuates. That's it. You'll also notice that I have changed some of the wording. So instead of saying travel by water, I've said on boats, because to travel by water you have to go by boats. And instead of pipeline, I've said through pipes. So I've just changed the language a little bit, which is always good to do. So let's look at this question. Now, the number one thing that students do whenever they see a question like this is they start to read the data. They get lost in the data. You shouldn't do that. What you first should do is read this to understand it. Don't look at any of the data. So this is the percentages of mobile phone owners using various mobile phone features. Okay, so here are the features. So these are the different reasons why people use mobile phones. And then it's over 3 years. So it's not over a long period of time. It's just 3, so 2006, 2008, 2010. Okay, so if we look at the data, it's very obvious that making calls is the main reason people use mobile phones. 100%, 100%, 99%. So this is already, we can see that this is much higher than the rest of the figures. So one of our main features is going to be that making calls is the main feature that people use their mobile phones for. Then we need to look a little bit at the data. So this goes up, 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 and this one goes up. So there's another main feature. Making calls was the most significant, but all of the others, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they all go up. And we don't need to say take photos went up, play games went up, search internet went up, record video went up. We don't need to do that. We just say apart from making calls, all other features increased between 2006 to 2010. So that's 2 things that we have. So is there anything else that is significant about these numbers? So 66 to 76, that's not really significant. 73 to 79, that's not very significant. 17 to 41, so that's more than double. Okay, so we'll highlight this one. Search the internet from 0 to 73, so that's massive. 12 to 26, this is not significant, and no data to 35, that's not very significant. So searching the internet is our third thing. Searching the internet showed the biggest increase from 2006 to 2010, and they are our 3 key features. Here is my overview. Overall, of course, we're going to use overall. The primary reason people used their mobile phones was to call someone. However, during this time there was a significant increase in the use of other features, with searching the internet displaying the most dramatic increase. So there are three elements. Three elements are calling someone was the primary reason. There's an increase in the other features. That's number 2. And searching the internet displayed the most dramatic increase. That's number 3. So 3 elements. 2 sentences, no data, and it's only the most significant data. So these 3 things are the most significant things. If we go back here and you just looked at all this data and you didn't do it properly, so you didn't look at it in sequence, so the title first and then the reasons, and then looked at it in the years, the way I showed you in the previous module, you'd still be looking at all these numbers and they wouldn't mean anything. So if you get a table with lots and lots of data, or you get a graph, a line graph or a bar chart with lots and lots and lots of data, just stay calm, read the title, look at what the different things represent, and pick out the 3 most significant things, or the 4 most significant things. Now here we're going to look at when we have 2 different graphs. So here we have a line graph and here we have a table. So if we look at the line graph, it's over time, so it's over 100 years, and we can see that agriculture went up, industrial use went up, and domestic use went up. Agriculture obviously goes up a lot more than industrial, than domestic, but that's 3 things about one graph. Are we going to say agricultural goes up a lot, then industrial use goes up steadily, and then domestic use doesn't really go up until 1970? No, that's too much detail. So the main thing we're going to say is all 3, agriculture, industry, and domestic, they all go up. That's the one thing from that graph. So now we need to look at one thing from this graph. So what is significant about this? Brazil has a bigger population than Congo. That's not a big surprise. Brazil is one of the biggest countries in the world with the highest population in the world, so that's not that significant. Irrigated land, so this is land that they put water on to grow crops. Brazil has much more than Congo. But again, this isn't surprising because it has a much bigger population. Water consumption per person. So per person, that's the key there. 359 cubic meters, 8 cubic meters. So this is significant. So a normal person in Brazil in 1 year consumed this amount, and a normal person in Congo only consumed this amount. So this is the most significant thing. Brazilian people consume far more water than people from Congo. So let's look at the overview. Overall, so of course overall, water use increased in all 3 sectors. Brazilians use far more water per capita than people who live in Congo. So very, very simple. One thing about one graph and one thing about the other. That's very, very simple. Keep it as simple as possible. The big, big picture, the most significant things. So let's review some of the golden rules of writing overviews. Start with overall. So you're always going to begin your overview with overall. Never include any data. Report key features only, the most significant features, the most important features. 4 or less elements, so 4 or less things. Sometimes only 2 things, sometimes 3 things. And 2 sentences only. 2 sentences will make you prioritize, and it will make you only pick the most important things. So let's review what we did in this module. We looked at why introductions and overviews are important. Introductions is the first thing the examiners see, and it also helps you get higher marks for vocabulary. Overviews, you cannot get a high score unless you write a good overview. We looked at how to paraphrase using synonyms or using different word forms, using examples, in order to change the question statement into our introduction. So our introduction should be the paraphrase. And then finally, we looked at how to take key features and write them generally in an overview paragraph. The next module, we're going to move on to the final paragraphs in your task 1 answer, which is how to write effective details paragraphs. I hope you find this useful. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to module 6, how to write effective details paragraphs. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module. We're going to review the basic paragraph structure because that's very important. We're going to look at what the difference is between an overview and the details paragraphs. We're going to look at the golden rules, some rules that you must follow in order to write good details paragraphs. How to write details for graphs that go over time. And how to write details for comparative graphs when we're comparing two things. And finally, we're going to look at how to group data together in our details paragraphs logically. So let's just review the structure for any task 1 question. So first, it's just one sentence, it's your introduction. Then you write 2 sentences for your overview, and then you get into the details paragraph when you start talking about data and start describing things in much more detail. And there are 2 paragraphs here, and there's one thing I want you to note. I have put 3 to 4 sentences for each of these. However, my sentences are quite long. I can write very long, complex sentences. So some of mine might only be 2 sentences. So if you see me writing a details paragraph that's only 2 sentences long, it probably means yours will be 3 or 4 sentences. So don't worry about that if I write 2. So today we're going to focus just on this, how to write the details. And this will be the majority of your essay. So where you'll get a lot of marks if you write good details paragraphs. What's the difference between an overview and details paragraphs? So the overview is simply the main ideas described very, very generally. So it's the big picture as we talked about before. There is no data, you're just describing the main trends or the biggest differences. The details paragraph describes these main ideas in more detail. So what you do is you take your main ideas from the overview and you describe them in much more detail using data. So for example, important changes, numbers, differences, comparisons, these types of things. So what I want you to do is just think about an overview of my day. I'm going to tell you what I normally do every day, and this will be like my overview. And then I'm going to go into much more detail. These will be like my details paragraphs. So normally I work out, I exercise in the morning, and then I work, and then I spend time with my family. So those are the 3 main things that I do on a normal day. This is an overview of my day. But if we wanted to talk about these in more detail, these would be my details paragraphs. I work out by going to the gym, lifting weights, and going to the swimming pool. I then write a blog post, make a video, answer emails, and correct some IELTS tests. And then I took my son shopping, and in the evening we played football, and I read him a story before he went to bed. So you can see the difference between my day in overview, just 3 things, general things with no detail, and then in detail I'm adding in much more things, talking about things in much more detail. So this is a good way to think about the difference between an overview and details paragraphs. So here are some golden rules that you must follow when writing details paragraphs. First, you do not describe every single piece of data. You do not include every single number. If you do that, 1, you'll run out of time, and 2, you will write about irrelevant things. Remember that the question only asks you to report key features, not every single piece of data. So you only report the most important data. Make sure your data is accurate. This is a very, very common mistake. Students write the data but they don't check it properly, and the data is actually inaccurate. So always check to make sure it is accurate. Make sure you actually mention data. Lots of people think they're going into much more detail and they start describing things in more detail, but they don't actually support any of this with data from the graph, so a percentage or a number or something like that. So make sure every sentence you write has some sort of data. in your details paragraph. So in your details paragraph, every sentence should have at least one piece of data, if not more. You have to group together data logically, and we're going to be looking at how to do that in more detail at the end of this module. So you just have to order your data in a way that makes sense. And the last one is make comparisons when relevant. So you don't have to find comparisons everywhere, only when it's relevant to do so. For example, if you had one value A is 50% and the other value B is 25%, you could say that A is double what B is. That would be a relevant comparison. But don't spend your whole time looking for comparisons that aren't there. Only make them when they're relevant. So describing data over time. You've seen a few of these already in this course. It's when you have a line graph or a bar chart that has a start date and an end date. So the main goal is to show the examiner that you understand the details and you can report them clearly. So this is the main goal for any details paragraph, is to show the examiner that you clearly understand what's happening and that you can tell him or her about it clearly. In the overview, you describe the data from start to finish, i.e. a general trend, but we're not going to do that again. We've already done that in the overview. In the details paragraphs, you're going to describe the data in smaller parts. So let's look at what this means practically. Let's look at a real example. So if we take burglary, in the overview, we just described this data. Okay, we described it from this point to this point, very generally. So in general, it decreases. But in the details paragraph, we're going to look at it in much more detail. So we're going to break it up into smaller pieces. So what we're going to do is we're first going to comment on this, a smaller piece. Then we would comment on this smaller piece, comment on this smaller piece, and comment on this smaller piece. So instead of commenting on the general trend over time from 2003 to 2012, we just look logically at what happens and break it into more logical pieces. So let's look at what I wrote for the details paragraph for that graph. The number of burglaries rose slightly to around 3,750 in 2004 and then dropped sharply over the next 4 years to just above 1,000. Burglaries saw a slight increase in 2005 to just below 1,500 and then remains relatively stable at around this level until the end of the period. I've broken this up into 2 paragraphs, but in your answer it would be in 1 paragraph. I just wanted to make it clear. So the number of burglaries rose slightly to around 3,750 in 2004. So this is our first thing that we talk about. And then, this is our second thing. Then it dropped sharply over the next 4 years to just above 1,000. So that's our second thing that we're talking about. Then the third thing, burglaries saw a slight increase in 2005 to just below 1,500. And then the last thing that we're going to look at is then remained relatively stable at around this level until the end of the period. So let's do the same thing again with car theft. So car theft, we're not going to talk about the value from 2003 to 2012. We're going to break it up into into smaller pieces. So the most logical way to do that is to describe this and then to describe this. And if we put that into a paragraph, the number of car thefts fluctuated slightly between the start of the period and 2009, between roughly 2,300 and just above 2,000. So that is our first thing that we're going to talk about. That's the number 1. It then increases steadily to its final level of approximately 2,800 in 2012. So this is our second thing. So 2 things that we looked at before. This is our first sentence, and this is our second sentence. So now we're going to stop looking at graphs over time, and we're going to look at graphs and charts which either have no date or just compare 1 or 2 dates. So they're not over time. Here we take the most important features from the overview and we describe them in more detail using data. So we use data to support our ideas. So let's look at a good and a bad example. Australia has the highest percentage of people living on the coast. So do you think this is a good or a bad example? This is a bad example, and the main reason is there is no data. Okay, this is something that you would probably write in your overview maybe, but not in your details paragraph because it's not supported by data. With 72%, Australia has the highest percentage of people living on the coast. So you'll see the difference is just with 72%. Because we've supported the idea with data, that is a good sentence for our details paragraph. Alright, let's look at 2 different questions that show us how to compare data. So first we're going to look at this pie chart, and in the overview we said there were 3 main reasons, and overgrazing was the biggest reason. So we need to add detail to that. Overgrazing, overcultivation and deforestation make up the vast majority of causes of land degradation. So vast majority is, it's not a percentage, it's not a number, but it is data. The vast majority means very, 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 very high. Animals eating too much grass is the top reason with just over 1/3. So the data there is just over 1/3. I didn't want to repeat the percentage, and I want to show the examiner that I can use proportions instead of just repeating the percentage. So I've used just over 1/3 instead of 35%. Cutting down too many trees is second with just under 1/3. And producing too many crops is the second last reason with just over 1/4. So underlined is my data. Just over 1/3, just under 1/3, and just over 1/4. There's some other things I want you to think about. I've changed overgrazing to animals eating too much grass, and I've changed deforestation to cutting down too many trees. And I've changed overcultivation to producing too many crops. So I've just varied my language a little bit, and I've done that just by defining what deforestation, what overcultivation and overgrazing means. Next, so that is our paragraph done for causes of land degradation, the pie chart. So we need to move on to this. And in our overview, we discussed this. We said the total land degraded, Europe had the biggest figure. So we need to talk in detail a bit more about that. Europe has just below twice as much degraded land than Oceania, with 23% and 13% respectively. So I have mentioned the number 1 reason and the number 2 reason, and I have made a comparison. Just below twice as much. And something very important, that's why I have put it in red, respectively. This means that when we've mentioned Europe and then we've mentioned Oceania, if we say with 23% and with 13% respectively means that this is 23 and Oceania is 13. So it's just a better way to express that than saying Europe has just below twice as much degraded land, its degraded land is 23% than Oceania, and its degraded land is 13%. That's just too long and it's not very sophisticated. So get used to using this respectively. But if we look at this is just one sentence. This isn't long enough for a details paragraph. Therefore, we need to go back and look at our graph and get more details. So if we look at this, we've only really discussed this. We haven't discussed any of this. However, there are lots and lots of numbers here. Too many numbers for us to in one paragraph. There's 9 different numbers. So what we need to do first is think about the purpose. So what is the purpose of this box? It's to show the difference between the 3 areas and the 3 reasons. So we need to look for significant data. So North America, its main reason is overcultivation. Europe, its main reason is deforestation. And overgrazing, it's the main reason for Oceania. So we can see that there are 3 different reasons for each country. Each country has a different main reason. So what we do is we just report this, we report this, and we report this. And we don't worry about any of the other data. It's not relevant, it's not important. In Oceania, overgrazing is the #1 reason with 11.3%, while deforestation is the main cause with 9.8% in Europe. Finally, in North America, overcultivation is the primary cause with 3.3%. So you'll notice that my data is here, and you'll notice that I've varied my language a little bit. #1 reason, main cause, primary cause. So I varied my language a little bit to show the examiner that I have a wide-ranging vocabulary. Now let's move on to looking at this one. So this was our 4 pie charts, which compared Italy and Yemen, their ages, and it compared 2000 with the future in 2050. So if you remember the overview, we compared Yemen and Italy first, and we said that Yemen had a younger population than Italy. And then we compared the past with the future, and we said both countries were going to get older. So what we need to do is we need to take those 2 general trends and add data to them, talk about them in much more detail. In 2000, over half of the population of Yemen were between 0 and 14 years old. But in Italy, this figure was much lower at just 14.3%. Just under half of Yemen's population was between 15 and 59, and only a small minority of 3.6% were 60 or over. In contrast with Italy, where 14.3% were 60 or over. So what I've done here is I've taken the general thing that I've put in the overview, which is Yemen has a younger population than Italy, and I've just added data to that to prove that theory that I've put in my overview. So the next thing we need to do, now that we have compared Yemen and Italy in the year 2000, we need to compare both Yemen and Italy 2000 to 2050. So in the overview I said both countries will get older in 2050. They will have an older population in 2050 compared to 2000. So what I need to do is take data from the pie chart and I need to put that into my details paragraph. And here it is. Yemen's population is projected to change with a rise of 11% in people aged between 15 and 59, and an increase of over 2% in people over 59. The percentage of people in Italy under 15 is expected to fall by over 3%, and the proportion of people over 59 is predicted to nearly double. So as you can see, I've compared the 2000 and 2050 for both countries, and I've just looked at the differences between those 2 values. So instead of just quoting directly, I've said a rise of 11%. That's the difference between 2000 and 2050. Increase of over 2%. That's the difference between the 2 figures. Fall by over 3%. And nearly double. Okay, so I've made comparisons between the first date and the future date in those 4 parts. So now let's move on to grouping, how to group our data together logically. So the most logical way for a graph over time is normally by category. So if you have 2 categories, it would be logical just to discuss one in one details paragraph and the other in another details paragraph. If you had 4 categories, you would discuss 2 of them in one details paragraph and the other 2 in a different details paragraph. If 2 graphs, it will normally be 1 graph in one details paragraph and then the other in the other details paragraph. For comparison graphs, it will normally depend on the purpose. You'll have to think about the purpose. What are they doing? So for this one, we have 3 categories: burglary, car theft, and robbery. And robbery is a little bit different because it doesn't do much. It kind of just stays the same. There isn't big changes in that. So I'm going to describe this in one paragraph, and then I'm going to describe car theft and burglary in the other details paragraph. So the overall structure will look like this. First paragraph introduction, second paragraph overview, and then the details will be burglary and car theft in one and robbery in the other. If we were to look at this, there are two different graphs. There's a table and there's a pie chart. Therefore, we just discuss one in one details paragraph and the other in another details paragraph. So the grouping would look like this. Pie chart in one details paragraph and table in the other. For this is a little bit more complicated because it is a comparison, okay? And there's 4 different charts. So some people might make the big mistake of looking at this and seeing Italy and Yemen. And they might think, I'll just write one paragraph for Italy and one paragraph for Yemen. That is a mistake. That's not a very logical thing to do because you haven't thought of the purpose. What is the purpose of this? The purpose is to compare Yemen and Italy in 2000 and 2000, and to compare past, so 2000 and 2050. So the most logical thing to do is have one graph that compares Yemen and Italy in the past, 2000, and then one paragraph that compares the two dates, 2000 and 2050, for both countries. So the grouping is going to look like this. Purpose number 1, compare Italy and Yemen. Purpose number 2, compare 2000 and 2050. So let's review what we did in this module. In this module, we looked at what the difference is between an overview and a details paragraph. An overview is you're going to talk very generally about the most important data. The details paragraph is where you take those important things and you support them with data. You describe them in detail. We looked at the golden rules, the things that you should and shouldn't do in order to write a good details paragraph. We looked at writing details for graphs over time. The key to writing details paragraphs for graphs over time is to break up the lines into smaller pieces and describe them. We looked at writing details for comparative graphs. And the key there is to think about the purpose. What are they comparing? And then you can describe it in more detail. And we looked at grouping together data logically for 3 different types of graphs. Now we're going to move on to step-by-step lessons for all of the different questions. So the next lesson, we're going to have a step-by-step lesson on writing an answer for a line graph and a bar chart. I hope you find this lesson useful, and I'll see you in Module 7. Thank you. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Module 7 of Writing Task 1. Today we're going to have a step-by-step guide to line graph questions and bar chart questions. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module in more detail. We're going to look at a line graph over time, and we're going to look at a comparative bar chart, and we're going to look at each of them step by step. So each step includes question analysis, planning, structure, introduction, overview, and details. So in the previous module, we have learnt about all of these different things. Now we're going to apply them to specific questions. So we're going to build on all of the things that we have learned so far and use them practically, just like you will do in a real exam. So before we do that, let's review what we did in the last module, Module 6. We looked at the difference between an overview and details paragraphs. We looked at the golden rules for writing details paragraphs. We looked at how to write details for graphs that are over time. And we looked at how to write details paragraphs for comparative graphs. And finally, we looked at how to group data together logically. What's the most logical way to put data in details paragraph 1 or details paragraph 2? So this is the first line graph that we're going to look at. It's a line graph over time. So it starts in 1995 and runs up until 2015, so over a 20-year period. So a good thing to do might be to pause the video and have a look at the graph and analyze the graph. Remember, go back to thinking about how we analyze the graph before I talk about it, because this will help you learn and it will help get it into your brain much more quicker if you actively learn rather than me telling you everything. So pause the video and have a look first before we discuss it. Okay, so the first thing we do is we're going to analyze the question. So there are a few things that we would ask ourselves. First is what type of graph it is. Of course, it's a line graph. Then we would ask, is it over time, or is it just 1 or 2 or 3 points in time, or no time at all? And we can tell from looking here that it is over time. And then we look at the title. The title is about solar energy in 4 different countries. The x-axis, so one axis is time, of course, and this axis has nothing. So this is important because sometimes you just won't be given any value at all. Most of the time you will be given a value, but in this instance we aren't told what 18,000, 16,000, 14,000 is. So that means we just write the numbers. We don't talk about the units of measurement. Categories are the 4 different countries: USA, China, Japan and Germany, and these are color coded. And then, very important, we have to think about the purpose. This is probably the most important thing that we should do with question analysis. So the purpose is to show, because it's over time, the purpose will be to show the general trends. So what happens between 1995 and 2015. And the second purpose will be to compare the 4 countries. So there's 4 countries included. That means they want to show you the difference between those 4 countries, the difference between the general trends. But because it's a line graph over time, the general trends are the most important thing for our overview and for the answer in general. So then we need to look at key features, think about the key features. So as I said, it's over time. So what we need to do is we need to find out what the general trends are from the beginning all the way to the end. So for this one, it increases. If we take Japan, from beginning to end, it decreases. If we take China, it increases. And if we take Germany, it stays relatively stable. So it stays around the same value. So these, because it's a line graph over time, all we have to do is do this, and these are our 4 main features. 1 or 2 increase, 1 decreases, and 1 stays around the same. Key features are: USA increases dramatically. It goes up from 8,000 to 18,000, so it more than doubles. China increases significantly, so we wouldn't say that it goes up a little bit here and then it goes up dramatically here. That we would leave that for our details paragraphs. So we just say that it increases significantly. Japan has a gradual decrease, so it doesn't decrease a lot, it just goes down a little bit every year. And Germany, as always, remains stable. So next we need to plan our answer a little bit. So we've already identified the key features. Next we want to look at these general trends and find out if there's anything else that is significant that we would add to our essay. So this one is just a straight line that goes up. So we don't really need to talk too much about that. We don't really need to add too much detail to that. Really, in our answer, we're just going to say in 1995 it's this value, and in 2015 it's this value. For Japan, it will be the same. We're really just going to say it goes down gradually year on year from this point to this point. If we look at Germany, it stays relatively stable. So what we need to do is just look at the top value. So the top value is just over 2,000. These would be the two top values. And then look at the bottom values. So the bottom value would be this one. So it's between, say, just under 2,000 and 3,000. So between just under 2,000 and approximately 3,000, this is what we're going to talk about for Germany. And for China, you can see for China there are two stages. There are one where it increases, but it increases gradually. And then there's another stage where it increases more dramatically. It increases at a much higher rate. So in our answer, we're going to have to discuss these two separately. So next we work on structure. So we add in the structure so that we know exactly what we're going to write before we start writing. So of course, the first paragraph is going to be the introduction, and we just paraphrase that. Overview, because it is a line graph over time, it will just be the 4 general trends. We've already identified them, so we don't need to write it really in. We just write 4 general trends. Next will be the details. So the first thing I'm going to write about is the USA, because the USA is the highest overall, and it increased every year. So what we need to do is just add in the details for that. So we need to just say it was the highest here, and it was the highest here, and give details about that. Add in the data to support that. Now the second highest not throughout the whole graph, but for certainly the second half of the graph is China. So I'm going to group USA and China together, because in this part of the graph they are the highest, they are the most significant. So that's why I've decided to group these two together. So for China, we'd say that it started the lowest and became the second highest, and then it increased steadily and then dramatically. So it started at the lowest here, we would say that, and it finished the highest. So we would back that up with data. And we would also split it into two. So we would talk about the data for this period where it just increased gradually, and then we would talk about the data for this period where it increased more dramatically. So that leaves us with 2 countries, Japan and Germany. So there's 2 details paragraphs. So the logical thing to do is to group Japan and Germany together. So Japan is very easy. We don't need to think much about this. We just talk about it steadily year on year. So we would add in detail for 1995 and add in detail for 2015. We don't need to include detail for 2000, 2005, 2010, because it just keeps going down and down and down. We'll look at that in more detail later. Then for Germany, it starts off here and then goes down and then goes up and then goes down, but it's all quite small differences. So all we're going to do is say that it remains quite stable, and we're going to say that it remains stable between 2000 and about 3000. Okay, so let's look at our first paragraph, which will be the introduction, and of course we're just going to paraphrase the question. So here is the question. The graph below shows the use of solar energy in 4 different countries, and I've changed it to the line chart below displays the use of power from the sun in the USA, Germany, Japan and China. So let's look at how I paraphrase that. So instead of the graph below, I've said the line chart below. Instead of shows, I've put displays. The use of, I've kept this just to show you that you don't need to change everything. In case you can't remember a good synonym, or you can't think of a good synonym, don't panic and spend 5 minutes trying to think of a synonym for the use of. If you can't think of one, just repeat it. It's okay to repeat some things. So I changed solar energy. What is solar energy? It's power. Energy, power is synonyms from the sun. So solar energy is power from the sun. And so I've changed 4 countries to the US, Germany, Japan and China. Very, very simple. So let's move on to our overview. Over time, so of course we're going to include just the 4 general trends. Overall, America and China's use of solar power increased significantly over the entire time period. Japan's use decreased gradually and Germany's remained relatively stable. So I want to highlight some things here for you. Of course, we start with overall. This is to indicate to the examiner that this is our overview paragraph. I've changed USA to America just to vary my language a little bit. Notice that I didn't say overall America and China increased significantly. If I wrote overall America and China increased significantly, I'm talking about the countries themselves. So it's China's use of solar power. It's not China didn't increase. China's use of solar power increased, and this is very important that you consider this. So both of them increased significantly. I know in the graph America increased much more dramatically, but because it's the overview, we can just put them together and say both of them increased significantly. If we said China increases gradually at the beginning and then goes up dramatically at the end, that's just too much detail. It's too many elements. Japan's use decreased gradually and Germany's remained relatively stable. So relatively is a good word to use, because stable means that it just stays exactly the same basically, but relatively stable means that it gives you more room. So between 2000 and 3000 is relatively stable. Relative to the rest of the things, it is stable. So details 1. So we're going to talk about America and China. These are the two most significant, so we should make comparisons. So the two most significant countries are America and China. So it is relevant to make comparisons between these two countries. So the two things we're going to do in this details paragraph. We are going to support the general trends with data. We should always do that. But we're also going to make some comparisons. The United States was the biggest consumer of solar energy in 1995, with just below 8,000, and increased consistently every year to around 18,000 in 2015. China was the lowest overall user at the start of the period, at around 1,000, but steadily increased to just over 2,000 over the next 10 years, before increasing consumption dramatically to become the second highest consumer with 12,000 in 2015. So let's highlight some things that I want you to think about. The biggest consumer of solar energy in 1995. So this is a comparison and something significant. So by saying it was the biggest consumer, I'm comparing it with all of the other countries. It's the biggest, therefore that's a comparison. That's a superlative that I'm using. Just below 8,000. The most important part of that is just below. Now, if you look at the graph, you can't tell that it's exactly 8,000. So we want to use approximations. So if I underline the approximations here, around, just over, nearly. So if I stated 8,000, 18,000, 2,000 and 12,000 without these approximations, I'm not being accurate because I can't tell that these are exactly the numbers from the graph. So by using just below, around, just over and nearly, I'm using approximations, which makes my data more accurate. The next thing I want to highlight is the two numbers that I talk about for America. I don't mention every single number from every single year because they increased consistently. It just goes up every year. So all you need to do is just say 8,000 at the start and 18,000. There's no point in adding it was 8,000 this year, then 10,000, then 12,000, then 14,000, then 18,000. You just don't have time to talk about that amount of detail, and you don't really need that amount of detail because you've told the examiner that they increase consistently. China was the lowest overall. So lowest overall user is another comparison. So it's comparing its value in 1995 with all of the other countries. Steadily increased, and increasing consumption dramatically. So this is telling the examiner that there were two different types of increase. There was the first stage, increased steadily, so it increased, but by not very much. And then the second stage, it increased dramatically. And finally, we make another comparison, second highest consumer in 2015. So as you can see, there are two very important things that we have done there. We have supported the general trends with detail, and we have made comparisons. So next we're going to move on to our second details paragraph, our last paragraph. There are two remaining countries, so therefore it's logical to group these two remaining countries into the last paragraph. There are no significant comparisons that we can make between these countries. Remember that the question only states that we should only make comparisons when they're relevant. That means only when they are important or significant. I can't see any significant comparisons between those two countries, so we're not going to include them. So all we do is simply support the main trends with data. We take the main trends and we add in data to that. So this is what it would look like. Japan's use began the recorded period with around 6,000, and this consistently dropped year on year to just below 4,000 in 2015. Germany's value hovered between approximately 2,000 and 3,000 throughout the entire period. Let's highlight some things I want you to think about here. Japan's use, Germany's value. Okay, so I didn't say Germany hovered between or Japan began, because we're not talking about the country. We're talking about the country's use of solar energy. Next, I want to highlight that I only have two values for Japan because it consistently dropped year on year. So it went down every year. I don't need to include every single value. I just need to include the start and the end. For Germany, I only include two values because it hovered between, so it was between 2,000 and 3,000, so it was relatively stable. It didn't really change. It was never below 2,000 and it was never above 3,000. Also, you'll notice that I have included approximations again, around, just below, and approximately. So this means that our data is accurate. So the whole thing, the whole essay will look like this. Very, very easy to understand, very well organized, and enough detail, and all of the main features are included. So this is the standard that you should be aiming for. And the goal of any good task 1 answer is I should be able to take this answer and give it to a stranger on the street who I've never met before and who has never seen the chart before. They would be able to read this once and they would be able to draw a very good impression or very good copy of the graph without ever seeing it before. One thing I'll say is this is an answer by someone who does nothing but write IELTS exams all day, IELTS answers all day, and has dedicated their life to writing and teaching IELTS. You're not expected to write to this standard. This is well above a 9. To get a 7 or an 8 or a 9, it doesn't have to be this good. So don't look at it and go, oh my god, I'll never be able to write anything as good as this. You don't have to. So let's move on to our second chart. This is a bar graph. So why not pause the video and analyze this bar graph yourself. Think about the bar graph before I go into telling you about my analysis of it. So here's my question analysis of this bar chart. Of course, it's a bar chart. Time, there are two dates, 2010 and 2005. Title is a GDP, gross domestic product, for 4 countries. On the bottom axis we have US dollars, so value in US dollars, and on this axis we have 2010 and 2005. Categories, there are 4 different categories, which are 4 different countries. And the purpose, so this is the most important thing. The purpose of this, of course, is to show the difference between the 4 countries in 2005 and the difference between the 4 countries in 2010, and also to show the difference between 2005 and 2010. So that is the reason why this person who made this graph, this is why they did this, to show the difference between the 4 countries in the 2 years and to show the difference between the 2 years. So the key features of this graph. Why don't you pause the video, think about the key features yourself, and then compare them with the key features that I found when I looked at it. So my 4 key features. USA has by far the highest GDP in both years. So both 2010, 2005, USA has by far the highest. All increased. So the difference between 2005 and 2010 is every single country increased. Germany and Japan didn't increase by much, but they still increased. And the other most significant thing is China nearly tripled. So USA went up by a little bit, Japan increased by a little bit, Germany increased by a little bit, but China increased from just over 2,000 to nearly 6,000. So that is the biggest difference. So that is a key feature. So here, these are the 3 most important things. So of course the introduction is going to be a paraphrase of the question. The overview is just going to be the 3 key features that we highlighted. Details is going to be 2000 values for the 4 countries and comparisons for 2005. So there are 2 separate years. So the most logical thing to do is to have a details paragraph for 2005 and then another details paragraph for 2010. This is the most logical thing to do. And in the details paragraph, we're going to give the values for each of the 4 countries. So this value, this value, this value, and this value. And we're going to compare the values. So we're going to say things like USA is much larger than these others, and then compare between them. Details, 2010 values. So we're going to give details about this, about this, about this, and about this. And then we're going to compare 2005 and 2010. Because remember, the second purpose is to compare 2010 and 2005. So this is the way I have grouped my data, and I have based it on the purpose of the graph. So here's the introduction, this is the question, and this is our introduction. The bar graph displays the GDP of the USA, Japan, China, and Germany in the years 2005 and 2010. So let's look at how I paraphrased it. The chart below shows the bar graph displays gross domestic product, GDP. 4 different countries, USA, Japan, China, and Germany. 2005 and 2010, the years 2005 and 2010. So I've just changed it slightly so that it has this exact same meaning, but with slightly different words. So let's move on to the overview. There are 3 key features, 3 main features, so we need to report those in our overview. Overall, all 4 countries increased their GDP, while America had a GDP many times greater than any other country in both years. The other significant feature of this graph is that China nearly tripled its value in just 5 years. So there are 3 things. All 4 countries increased. America had a GDP many times greater, and China nearly tripled its value. So these are the 3 things, all reported in a very general way. Then we need to move on to our details. America had a GDP of around 13,000 in 2005, triple that of Japan in 2nd place, which only had a GDP of just over 4,000. Japan's value was twice as much as the lowest in 2005, namely China, which only had a GDP of just over $2,000. Finally, Germany's GDP was a little under 3,000. So let me highlight a few things for you here. So 13,000, we're just stating what America's GDP was in the first year, but we're adding detail to it, 13,000. Then we're making a comparison. Triple that of Japan in second place. So we've done two things there. We've showed that it is triple, and we also showed that America is number one in 2005 because we've referred to Japan as second place. It's triple that of the country in second place, so America is number one. Then we have added detail to Japan, $4,000, and then we talk about China. So we compare China and Japan. Japan values was twice as much as the lowest in 2005. So we're indicating that China is the lowest, Japan is the second lowest, and it was twice as much. Then we add the detail. Then we have Germany, and we start a new sentence. Germany's GDP was a little under 3,000. So we don't make any comparison for Germany. Details paragraph number 2. The United States increased its GDP to approximately 15,000 in 2015, but China made significant gains on them by increasing their value by nearly $4,000 to $6,000, overtaking Japan as the second ranked country. At the same time, Japan and Germany's GDP increased to just over $5,500 and $3,500 respectively. So let's look at what happened in this paragraph. We have the top value, United States, is 15,000, showing that United States is still number one in 2015. They increased, and it's much higher than any other value. And the most significant thing is China nearly tripled, so increasing from 2,000 to 6,000, so increasing by 4,000, and becoming the second ranked country. Then we're comparing Japan and Germany with 2005 and saying from 2005 to 2010 they increased to 5,500 and 3,500. So we've done two things. We've compared the four countries in 2010, and we've compared 2005 to 2010. So the whole thing looks like this. So we've paraphrased the question in the introduction. We've mentioned the three most important features in the overview. We've compared the four countries in 2005. And then we've compared the four countries in 2010, and we've also compared 2010 values with 2005 values. So again, I'd be able to give this to a stranger on the street. They'd be able to read it once and draw the bar graph quite accurately by just reading this. So let's look at some key lessons that we have learned so far in this module about line graphs and bar charts. You have to understand the graph first. So I didn't try and answer any of these questions without understanding each graph completely and really thinking about them. You have to establish the purpose first, and then you can establish the key features. As you can tell from listening to me talk about each question, all of the key features were linked to the purpose. So you have to think about why the person made the graph in the first place before you can start thinking about the key features. So then, after you've thought about that for about 1 minute, then you can start planning, which should take you about 4 minutes. So you use this structure to write down the key features that will be in your overview, and then think about what things you will include in your details paragraph, and you should mark those down. You should report the 2 to 4 key features in the overview. You should group data logically together, so think about the best way to group together data in details paragraph number 1 and details paragraph number 2. Then you should support your key features with data in the details paragraphs. So if you can do all of those things for line graphs and bar charts, you will be able to write a very effective answer. So what you should do now is you should try and attempt the questions that are in the PDF documents at the bottom of this video, and apply everything you have learned so far to the line graphs and the bar charts contained within there. So in the next module, we're going to move on to a step-by-step guide to pie charts and tables. So we're going to do the exact same thing we did in this module, but for pie charts and for tables. So thank you very much. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Module 8 of Writing Task 1, a step-by-step guide to pie charts and tables. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module. We're going to compare two pie charts, and we're going to look at a table with lots and lots of information in it. This is something that students have highlighted that they're afraid of. They don't really know how to answer these types of questions, so we're going to look at each of these in a lot of detail, in much more detail. And these are the things that we're going to look at. We're going to look at question analysis, planning, structure, introduction, how to write an overview, and how to write our details. So it's just like the same as we did in the last module. In the last module, we looked at a line graph over time, and we looked at a comparative bar chart. So in this module, we're going to do the same thing, but for pie charts and for tables. So here is the pie chart that we're going to look at. It is two pie charts. What I'd like you to do, I'd like you to pause the video and look at this pie chart and analyze it, think about it. So you should have looked at these pie charts already and analyzed them and thought about them a little bit. So let's look at how I would analyze these pie charts. How many? Of course, there are two, so I need to think about that. What are they comparing? They're comparing 5 different social networks, 5 different social networking websites. Very important, what are the dates? The dates are in 2010 and 2018, so I'm going to have to use the past tense for the 2010 figures, and I'm going to have to use future structures to talk about 2018. And the data that they're using is percentages. For pie charts, it's nearly always percentages. And then the most important thing is the purpose. Why did the person who made these pie charts, why did they make them? So they made these pie charts first to compare the social networks in 2010 to show you what websites people were using in 2010 and the differences between the 5 biggest social networking sites. And then the other purpose is to show you how these will change in the future, a prediction about how they will change in the future, and the future is 2018. So those are the two main purposes, and this will influence our overview, and it will also influence our details paragraphs, how we group data together. So the next thing we need to do is we need to identify the key features. Between 2 and 4 key features, what do you think they are? So there could be just 2 key features, there could be 3, there could be 4. The most important information. So think about the purpose and then look at the pie charts for a minute or two and try to find, say, 3 or 4 key features. Pause the video and try to find them, and then I will tell you my key features. So you should have identified at least three key features, maybe 4 key features, and let's look at the ones that I identified. So Facebook was the most popular in 2010, and it will continue to grow. If you didn't mention Facebook in your overview, if you didn't think this is one of the key features, then you would be very wrong. If you look at the 2010 graph, it's nearly half, so it's the biggest by far, and it is predicted to increase its share of the market even further to nearly 3/4. So that is the most important feature of this graph. The next important feature, Twitter is the second one in 2010, so it's pretty significant at 18.33%. It's pretty significant. And if we look at the projected figures for 2018, it only goes down by about 1%. So all of the rest of them are really reduced in 2010. If you look at Pinterest, Google Plus, and Bebo disappears completely. So the other main feature is Twitter will remain significant. It will remain the second most used social network. And the other main feature, overall feature, is all of the rest of them will decline. They will go down. So Pinterest will be reduced, Google Plus will reduce, and Bebo will disappear completely. So those are the 4 key features that we need to include in our overview. Next, we need to go on to planning. So what we do is we take our structure and we include the things that we're going to write about in our structure. So what I'd like you to do is I would like you to pause the video and think about what things you would include in your first details paragraph and what things you would include in your second details paragraph. How would you group the data together? This is very important. Think about the purpose and think about the data. What would you include in the first details paragraph and what would you include in the second details paragraph? So let's look at my plan. You should have already thought about this, what you would include in each paragraph. Of course, the first 2 are going to be very obvious. Introduction is going to be paraphrasing the question. Overview will be the 4 key features that we identified. And then in the first details paragraph, I'm going to talk about the 2 most significant ones, Facebook and Twitter. These are the 2 largest ones in 2010, and they will continue to be the 2 largest ones in 2018. If you add them together in 2018, they make up nearly 90%. And it will also be important to compare these 2 because pie charts, normally the purpose of them is to compare data. So we're going to compare Facebook and Twitter. And then that leaves the other 3. So the second details paragraph will just be the 3 others. We will talk about how they will decline a lot. They will go down a lot. So the introduction, let's look at what we would have. Here is the question. This isn't my introduction, this is the question. So what we need to do is we need to paraphrase this. So the pie charts display the main social networks for users in England, Wales and Scotland in 2010 and predicted numbers for 2018. Now in the other lessons I have identified the synonyms, I've underlined the synonyms. I'm going to let you think about this a little more and stop teaching you so much because I want you to think about this for yourself because I won't be with you in the real exam. So from now on, I want you to identify the synonyms and how I've changed the introduction for you. So just pause the video and think about how I have changed the introduction. Next is the overview. We will include the 4 general trends we spotted when analyzing both graphs. So overall, Facebook had the biggest market share in 2010, and this is expected to grow even more in the future. Twitter will continue to be significant in 2018 with only a small decline, but all others will fall to minimal levels. So let's check out what we did here. Of course, we begin it with overall. The most significant feature is Facebook had the biggest market share in 2010 and it will continue in the future. So these are the 2 most significant things. Twitter will continue to be significant in 2018 with only a small decline. So that means that I have told the examiner Twitter was significant in 2010 because I'm saying will continue, and it will be significant in 2018. And then overall, the others will fall to minimal levels. So those are the 4 overall things in my overview. Next, we need to move on to the details. Here are the details. In 2010, Facebook had nearly half of the overall share, and this is set to increase to nearly 3/4 of the total in 2018. The next biggest website was Twitter, with nearly a 1/5 in 2010, and it is predicted that it will remain the second biggest network with only around a 1% drop. So let's look at what I actually did here. Facebook had nearly half of the overall share. So if something has nearly half of the overall share in a pie chart, and there are 5 categories, then it is the biggest one. So we don't need to say again that it's the biggest one. We've already discussed that in the overview. But what I want to highlight here is instead of saying 46% or 48% or whatever it was, I've just said nearly half. This shows the examiner that I know how to use fractions and I know how to use proportions, and this helps me vary my language and get a higher score for vocabulary. And then here, nearly 3/4. So instead of saying 74%, I can just say nearly 3/4, and that helps me vary my language a little bit. So when you can use proportions like over a half, nearly half, just over 3/4, nearly 3/4, approximately 3/4, try to do that instead of quoting the exact percent. Then I've made a comparison here. The next biggest website was Twitter. So I'm saying this was the second biggest. So I'm comparing Twitter to all of the other websites. Nearly a fifth. Again, I have used a proportion instead of saying 19% or 18%, nearly a fifth. It is predicted that. So I'm using future structures here. It is predicted that is set to increase. Here is another future structure, because 2018 you always have to think about the tense that you're going to use. And then I'm talking about the future for Twitter. Remain the second biggest network with only around a 1% drop. So I'm showing what will happen to Twitter because it's a significant thing in the future. I'm adding detail to it. So if we look at the detail that we included here, nearly half, nearly 3/4, nearly a fifth, 1% drop. So this is the detail that I've included. Lots of people would look at this paragraph and think it is a overview paragraph because it has nearly half, nearly 3/4, nearly a fifth. These are considered the same as percentages. So don't worry about that. Don't think that they are just too vague. Let's move on to the second one. Pinterest is set to become the biggest loser with a loss of nearly 10%. From 16.95% to 7.25%. It is thought that Google Plus will become the least used social network in 2018, with a drop of nearly 8% to just 2.9%. Despite Bebo being used by nearly a tenth of British users in 2010, it is projected to disappear completely by 2018. So I wanted to highlight some things here. Biggest loser. So it's significant that Pinterest loses the most out of all of the different social networks. It loses nearly 10%. Least used. So it's significant that Google Plus has gone from about 10% of people using it to just 2.9% of people using it. So it will become the least used. So that is significant. And then I've said nearly a tenth of people used Bebo, but it is going to disappear completely. And I wanted to put that in to that graph just to show you that sometimes IELTS might put in some things that are surprising. It's unusual for a category just to disappear completely in an IELTS exam, but I wanted to introduce that just to show you that you have to be ready for anything, and it's quite easy to write about that in task 1. So here is the full essay. Here is my introduction. Here is my overview with my 4 significant features. Here is my details of Facebook and Twitter, and here is my details of Pinterest, Google Plus, and Bebo. Okay, now let's look at a table. I get lots and lots of emails from people saying, how do I answer a table? And from talking to students online and from teaching students in class, I think the biggest problem is just too much data, too many numbers, and they don't know which numbers to pick. So we're going to look at that in a lot of detail. So if we look at this, there are 24 different numbers here. One thing you should remember is you will never be able to talk about 24 different numbers. The examiner does not want you to talk about 24 different numbers, and the IELTS question does not ask you to talk about all of the numbers. They want you to pick out the key features. So don't worry about not talking about most of the numbers. That is the key to answering a tables question. Leave out most of the numbers, especially if there's 24 numbers. You're never going to be able to talk about this. However, we do have to talk about each of these. So these are our main categories. These are our countries. We do have to mention all of these at least once. Some of them we're going to talk about them in detail because they are significant, and some of them we might just mention them once, and we might just have one part of a sentence and one number. You don't have to talk about all the numbers, but you do have to talk about the different categories. So remember that when you're doing a table. So question analysis. Pause the video and try to think about this. I'm not going to tell you how to think about it. I just want you to spend 1 minute just calmly thinking about it, just going through each section of this. Don't look at the numbers, just look at the categories and the units and things like that. Okay, so let's look at how I would analyze this question. Is it over time? No, it's only 2014. So this is very important. We don't have to compare any different years. So it's only 2014. What's the title? Tourists visiting Vietnam. So that helps us understand the overall table by knowing what is being counted. So this number is the number of tourists visiting Vietnam. The data is the number of people, the average length of their stay, and the average money spent. And it's important that we highlight the words average. So not everybody from China stayed 12.2 days. That would be impossible. And not everybody from China spent $658. It's just the average. Countries, there are 8 different countries. This is significant because this is quite a lot of things to talk about. As I said, we will have to talk about all 8 countries, but some of them we're going to talk about more than others. The purpose is just to give data for 2014 and compare figures for all countries. Now, this is a good tip when you're dealing with this amount of information. Imagine you're a journalist. Imagine you are writing a story in a newspaper and someone gives you this table. Your boss gives you this table and they say, write a short story about this information. You would never discuss every single number in that story. People would go to sleep before they finished it. Just too boring. What you would do is you would pick out, say, the 3 to 4 most important things, highlight them, and then you might give a short amount of information about each country. So when you're trying to pick out your key features, try and think like that. Try and think like a journalist. If I was writing a short story about this, short journalistic piece, what information would I pick out? So what I want you to do is I want you to pause the video. I want you now to look at the numbers, and I want you to pick out the 4 most significant things about these numbers. Okay, so you should have picked out 4 significant things. Let's compare them with what I have. So first thing is China has the biggest number of visitors. That's number 1. Number 2, but they spend the second least amount of money. So it's quite interesting that by far the most people is China, the most number of people visiting is China, but they only spend $658. So that both of those things are significant. Australians spend the most money. So if we look here, they spend $1,893. That's way above any of the countries. So that is significant. And the fourth thing, people from the UK spend the most money per day. So people from the UK on average spend $1,379, but they only stay for 5.9 days. So if we look at this information, it means that British people spend a lot of money per day. If we look at Australia, they spend a lot of money in total, the total time they are in Vietnam, but they stay for twice as much time as people from the UK. So those are the 4 significant features, like key features that I would talk about in my overview. So planning, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to pause the video, and I would like you to think about how you would group the information together. is there a logical way to group the information together? In other words, what are you going to talk about in details paragraph 1 and what are you going to talk about in details paragraph 2? And I'd also like you to think about what information are you going to include, and more importantly, what information would you not include? What information do you think is not important? So you should have decided how you would group your information together and what kind of information would you not talk about. So introduction, of course, is going to be a paraphrase. Overview will be the 4 features. And then I'm going to group it together like this: China, Korea, Japan, and the USA. The reason why I'm grouping it together like this is simply it's logical to group them together by number. So this is number 1, China. Then Korea is number 2. Japan is number 3, and the USA is number 4. The next one would be Australia, UK, Cambodia, and Russia. But this is not the exact way that you must do it. This is just seems to me like the most logical way. If you decided to group your ideas together differently, that's probably okay too. It's not mathematics. There's no 2 + 2 = 4 answer. So the introduction. Here is the introduction. You can pause the video and look at it and think about how I have changed the words so that they mean the same thing, how I've paraphrased it. The overview. Overall, more people visited from China than any other nation, but they were also among the lowest spenders. Australians spent the most money overall, while tourists from the United Kingdom spent the most money per day. So all I've done is just take my 4 significant features, key features, and I've put them in an overview, just talking about them very generally. Details paragraph 1. Nearly 1.5 million people visited Vietnam from China in 2014, but they also spent $658 on average, which was the second lowest figure overall. Nearly 1 million Koreans visited, and just over 500,000 Japanese spent their holiday in Vietnam. Just over 400,000 Americans vacationed in Vietnam, and they spent $1,238 on average while they were there. So let's look at the information that I included in this details paragraph, and more importantly, what information I didn't include. So 500,000 people and how much money they spent. China is one of the most significant countries, therefore I'm giving quite a bit of information. I'm giving the how many people, and I'm giving how much money they spent, and I'm also making a comparison. It was the second lowest overall because this is significant. Only Cambodia had a lower spending than China, so I've included 3 pieces of information about China. However, Korea and Japan, I've only mentioned the number of people who visited. I have to mention Korea, I have to mention Japan, and for Korea and Japan, the most significant information was just how many people visited there, because 1 million is significant because that's the second highest, and 500,000 is the third highest and that's for Japan. So that's the information that I included. For Korea and Japan, I didn't include how much they spent, and I didn't include how long they stayed, because it was kind of in the middle and it wasn't significant. Nothing stood out about it. And for America, just over 400,000, and they spent $1,238. So for America, the amount of time they spend wasn't very significant, but the number of people is significant, just over 400,000, and the amount of money they spent was significant because it was the third highest, and it's much higher compared to, say, China or Cambodia. Therefore, I included those 2 things for America. You'll also notice that I have included words like this: nearly 1.5 million. Nearly 1 million, just over 500,000, just over 400,000. So instead of giving the figures, it's absolutely fine to give the figures. You could write the exact figures, but 2 things for doing it this way. One way, it just shows that you can change the vocabulary a little, demonstrate that you've got a wide vocabulary by using these numbers. And it also means that you are using more words, so it adds to your word count more. So for those people who worry about not getting to 150 words, nearly 1.5 million is 6 words. But if you write just 500,000 in figures, that's just counted as 1 word. So it's just a sneaky way to get past the word count, but you don't have to do it. Just a little tip. So let's look at the second details paragraph. Australians spent much more than any other nation, with an average spend of $1,893. So I've already said in the overview that Australians spend much more than anyone else, but I didn't include any detail. So this is where I tell people the detail. The most significant thing about Australia is they spend much more money than anyone else. So I have to say how much that is. They don't have a significant amount of people visiting. The number of days they spend there isn't really significant, but the most important thing is this figure, so we must include it. So just one thing in the details paragraph about Australia is fine. Then for the United Kingdom, 5.9 days and $1,379. I've already said that the United Kingdom spends more money per day than any other country. And the two most important figures are these two. So what I've done is just taken a feature from my overview and I've supported it with data from the table. And then I've said the most spent per day. You'll notice that I don't write how much money they spend per day. I didn't take $1,379 and divide it by 5.9. The examiners know that you might not be very good at mathematics, like me. I'm terrible at mathematics. And 2, you shouldn't write anything that's not in the table. You should never write anything that is not on the paper. So you shouldn't divide stuff or multiply stuff like that and come up with new figures. You just don't do that. Then we're going to look at Russia. And the only thing I'm going to say about Russia is just over 250,000 Russians. Remember that you have to mention detail for every country. Therefore, the best thing to do with Russia is just say how many people. Cambodia, it's significant because it's the lowest. So they had the lowest figure for amount of people visiting, and they had the lowest figure for amount of money spent. So we need to include both of these things because they're both extremes. They're both extremely low. And this is our full essay for that table. So we have our introduction, paraphrase the question, our 4 key features in the overview. Then we have taken 4 countries and we've given the most significant details for each of those 4 countries. And then we've taken the last 4 countries and we've put the most significant details for those 4 countries. So I think this is a very good example of what to include in your essay, but more importantly, what not to include. The biggest mistake students make with this essay is they try and write about every single piece of data. And if you do that, you will write a very, very long essay and get a very, very low score because most of the things are not significant. They're not key features. So let's look at some key lessons that we learned in this module. First one, for pie charts, try to use proportions. So if it's 54%, you could use nearly half. If it is 26%, you could use just over a quarter. We'll be looking at how to use those in more detail in Module 10, our vocabulary and grammar module. Think about dates. So it's very, very important for the one we looked at. Pie charts will normally be 2 or 3 dates. A date in the past could be a date in the present and a date in the future, and that will affect your tenses. If you don't write those correctly, you'll get much lower marks for grammar, and it might also affect your coherence. You must include data for each country. So if it's a country, if there are 8 countries, you have to include a little bit on each country. It might not be a country, it might be a different category, but for whatever category, you should include a little bit of data, but only include the significant data. For example, if you think about Russia, as we explained before, there wasn't really any significant data about the amount of money they spent or the amount of time they spent. So we just included the number of people visiting. But for Cambodia, the significant detail was the amount of people visiting and also the amount of money they spent, because they were both the lowest. And don't have to include everything. So this is linked to my previous point. When you see a table, don't get lost in the detail. Don't look at all of the details and get lost in them. Remember that you're only including the most important stuff. The examiner is looking not only for what you include, but also what you don't include. And if you practice using tables and multiple graphs and pie charts and things like that, if you practice them enough, it will become very natural to you to be able to pick out the most important stuff. It just takes a lot of practice. So in the next module, we're going to look at a step-by-step guide, the same thing we've done in the last previous two modules, about multiple charts. So how to deal with a question when there is 2 or 3 different types of charts. Okay, I hope you find this module useful, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Module 9, a step-by-step guide to multiple graphs. So let's look at what we're going to do in this module. We're going to look at 2 bar charts and a pie chart in the same question. So sometimes you will just get a bar chart, you will just get pie charts, but sometimes you will get 2 different types of graph in the same question. So we're going to look at how to deal with those in this module. And just like the other modules, we're going to look at these things step by step to talk you through how to do these types of questions. So in the last module, we looked at pie charts, we looked at a step-by-step guide for how to answer pie chart questions, and we looked at how to answer table questions. So here are the 2 charts that we're going to look at today. On the left, we have two bar charts. They're about the same thing. They're about internet speeds in 5 Australian cities, and there are 2 dates. And then on the right we have a pie chart, and it is showing the different types of internet connections people had. So this would be contained in the same question, and you'd be asked to report the key features of both of these. Now, because there's so much information on the screen, I'm going to look at both of them separately because I want you to be able to see the different values, the different percentages. But in the real test, they would be beside each other, just like this. So let's look at the bar chart first. So what I'd like you to do is pause the video and analyze the bar chart. So pause the video and analyze it. Okay, so let's look at my analysis. Time. There are 2 dates, 2005 and 2015. What's the title? It is about internet speeds in Australian cities, so how fast someone's internet is. The categories are the 5 different cities, major cities in Australia. And the units of measurement are megabytes per second. So it says that at the bottom here, megabytes per second, and it says Mbps here. So we're just going to refer to it as Mbps or megabytes per second. And the purpose is to compare 5 cities. So it's to compare 5 cities in 2005 and compare the 5 cities in 2015. And then it's also to compare the 2 dates. So it's to compare 2005 and 2015 to show the differences, how they have changed. Next, we'll look at the pie chart. So pause the video again and analyze this pie chart. So the date is 2010. It's not over time. They're not showing 2 different dates or 3 different dates. It's just 1 date. Title is the type of internet connection, so it's the kind of internet connection. So this is different from the bar chart because this is Australia as a whole. It's not talking about different cities. It's talking about the whole of Australia, and it is the type of connection: broadband, dial-up, mobile, or no connection at all. There are 4 categories which we've just mentioned. The units are in percentages. Of course, most of the time pie charts will be in percentage, and the purpose is just to compare the different types. So it's to compare broadband, dial-up, mobile, and people who don't have any internet. Next, we need to move on to identifying the key features of each graph. We don't need to look at the graphs together. Most of the time, nearly all of the time, in IELTS Task 1, if you get multiple graphs, you don't have to look at them together and compare them together. They can be related, such as internet speed and type of internet, but that doesn't mean you have to compare them together. You don't have to look at the key features together. So what you should do is just look for 1 or 2 key features in one graph and 1 or 2 key features in the other graph. If you had 3 graphs, you would just look for 1 key feature in one graph, 1 key feature in the second graph, and 1 key feature in the third graph. But because there's 2 here, we're just going to look for 1 or 2 in each of them. So pause the video, have a look at the information in the graph, and try to pick out 2 key features. Okay, so my key features are, they all increased. Remember, we're talking about the overall trend. And the second most noticeable thing about this is that Sydney has by far the fastest internet. It's about triple the speed in 2005 and about double the speed of its nearest rival in 2015. So that's a significant. So those are the 2 things we would mention about that. Those are the 2 things we'll put in our overview. Now for this, I want you to pick out 2 significant things for this. So pause the video and pick out 2 significant things. My first significant thing is most people have broadband. So at 62%, that is significant. Most people use broadband. But a significant proportion of people use mobile. So that's quite a big chunk of people. More than a third of people use mobile. So those are the 2 very, very easy, very obvious things that we would pick out. This is a good way to demonstrate that you don't need to pick out really complex things or some things that are difficult to figure out. Just the 2 most obvious things about this graph, and you report them in your overview. Next, I'd like you to think about the structure you would use. What would be the most logical way to structure this answer? So of course you're going to have paragraph 1 is your introduction, paragraph 2 will be your overview, but how would you structure paragraph 3 and 4, your details paragraph? What do you think you would do? What would be the most logical thing to do? So I'd like you to pause the video, have a look at these graphs side by side, and think about what details you would include and how you would organize those details. Okay, so here is my structure. Paragraph 1, introduction, of course. Paragraph 2, key features of both charts. So the key word there is both. Okay, so just simply state the 2 main features of the bar chart and the 2 main features of the pie chart. Paragraph 3 will be details of chart 1, the bar chart. Paragraph 4 will be details of chart 2, the pie chart. This is the most logical way to organize them because there are about 2 different things. So if you get 2 different graphs, always just put one graph in one details paragraph and the other graph in the other details paragraph. Very straightforward. It's the most obvious thing to do. It's the most logical thing to do. So the introduction, here is the question, not the introduction. The graphs below show the internet speed in 5 different Australian cities in 2005 and 2015, and how Australians connected to the internet in 2010. So this is how I have paraphrased it. The bar chart displays how fast internet connections were in 2005 and 2015 in 5 cities in Australia. And the pie chart illustrates the type of internet connection people in Australia used in 2010. So, keyword there is a very simple word, and. What we've done is we've just taken one graph. This is our first graph. We've paraphrased it. And we've added the word and. and then we paraphrase the second graph. Very, very simple. So there's no need to worry about these multiple graphs. They're actually more simple than just normal ones, I think. Overview. Overall, internet speeds increased in all 5 cities between 2005 and 2015, with Sydney having a much faster connection than any other city in both periods. In 2010, most people connected to the web via broadband, but a significant proportion used a mobile connection. So we start off with overall because we want to tell the examiner it's our overview. Internet speeds increased in all 5 cities. This is our first main detail. Sydney having a much faster connection. This is the number 2 thing that we include in our overview. Most people connected via broadband. That's the third significant thing, the third key feature. And a significant proportion used a mobile connection. So those are our 4 key features that we have just explained. No data in our overview. So details, number 1. So this is going to be about the bar charts. In 2005, Sydney had the quickest internet with a speed of approximately 13 megabytes per second, and this increased only slightly to 14 megabytes per second in 2015, but was still the fastest by nearly 8 megabytes per second. Melbourne's connection nearly tripled from just over 2 megabytes per second to nearly 6, making it the second speediest in 2015. Perth, Adelaide and Brisbane's speeds increased to just under 6, just over 3 and just over 2 respectively. So let's look at what I've done in more detail. Most of the information that I give is about Sydney. Now Sydney is the thing that we included in our overview. So things that we include in our overview tend to take up a lot of room in our details paragraph. So what I've done is simply take what I wrote in the overview and I have just added details. So 13 megabytes, 14 megabytes, and then I've made a comparison. So this is a comparison, but was still the fastest by nearly 8 megabytes per second. So that's comparing it with all of the other cities in 2015. The next thing I do is talk about Melbourne, because Melbourne is the next most significant thing because it is the one that increases by the most. So it nearly tripled. And then I say 2 megabytes to nearly 6. And then I make a comparison. Second speediest in 2015. So there's 2 significant things in that paragraph. I've said that it made the biggest gain, it nearly tripled, and it became the second speediest. So that is why Melbourne is, after Sydney, is the most significant thing in the bar chart. The next thing you'll notice is Perth, Adelaide and Brisbane. They're not as significant as Melbourne and Sydney, and we don't need to say Perth increased from this speed to this speed, Adelaide increased from this speed to this speed, and Brisbane increased from this speed to this speed. We just need to say what they increased to in 2015. So under 6, just over 3 and just over 2. These are the speeds they increased to in 2015, because Perth, Adelaide and Brisbane are not that significant. And we don't have to include every single piece of data in both the bar chart and in the pie chart. Remember, if back to the table that I showed you, you don't have to include everything. Sometimes you do, but most of the time you don't. You only include the most significant data. So I have just included a little bit of data because we need to talk about all the categories. We need to talk about each city. But I've just used the word respectively to allow me to do it in a very short way, to do it in a very succinct way. So let's move on to details paragraph number 2. In 2010, the majority of people living in Australia used a broadband connection to surf the net with 62.09%. However, just over a third of people used a mobile device to access the internet, whereas a very small percentage of people either used dial-up or had no connection at all, with 1.48% and 0.89% respectively. Now this is an example of when you should really include all the data, because there are only 4 pieces of data: 62.9%, just over a third, 1.48% and 0.89%. There are only 4 pieces of data, so it's no problem to include all of them, because if you didn't include all of them, you wouldn't talk about all of the different categories. So I'll underline the categories in red: broadband, mobile, dial-up, and no connection. So that each of the 4 categories is mentioned because we need to include the categories, but each category only has 1 piece of data, so it's no problem to explain all the pieces of data for this. So if we put it all together, you can pause the video and you can read this, but let me just briefly go through it. We introduce both graphs in the introduction in 1 sentence. We take 1 or 2 key features from both graphs and we put them in the overview. Then this is the first graph. This is the bar chart. We explain the most significant features in more detail. And then this is our pie chart, the second type of graph, and we include the significant features in more detail in that. So let's look at some key lessons to take from this module. Include both in the introduction, so don't have, some people try to write one introduction for one and another introduction for the other. Don't do that. Just 1 sentence and introduce both of them by paraphrasing the question. The question will always introduce both of them. Pick 1 or 2 key features for each graph and report these in the overview. You shouldn't have any more than 4. So if you have 2 graphs, just pick 1 or 2 features from each. If you have 3 graphs, maybe just pick 1 feature from the 3 graphs. But the rule is no more than 4. Okay? Never have more than 4 key features in your overview. Write about the first type of graph in details, paragraph number 1, and write about the second type in details, paragraph number 2. Very, very simple, very logical. That's your structure for this. And you don't have to include everything. So we didn't include everything when we were writing about the broadband speeds, when we were writing about the speeds in the 5 different cities, because there was a lot of information. We don't have time to write that amount of information, so we just picked out the most important information. However, in the pie chart, there was only 4 pieces of information, so we did include everything. So you have to judge when you should be including lots of detail and when you shouldn't be including lots of detail. So in the next module, we're going to move on to grammar and vocabulary, and we're going to focus on the specific type of grammar and vocabulary you need for charts and graphs. Okay, I hope you found this module useful. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to module 10 of IELTS Writing Task 1. Today we're going to be looking at the guide for grammar and vocabulary. So let's look in more detail at what we're going to do today. We're going to look at an overall strategy that you should use for grammar and vocabulary improvement and how to get high scores in grammar and vocabulary. We're going to look at a list of verbs, nouns, adverbs, adjectives, common verbs, nouns, adverbs, adjectives that you should use in IELTS Writing Task 1 when you're describing graphs and charts. We'll look at the grammar structure that we need to use to describe general trends and also the grammar structures to describe change, so things going up, things going down, things remaining the same. Then we're going to look at the grammar structures that we would use to make comparisons. We're going to look at the main tenses that people use in IELTS Writing Task 1. And then we're going to look at how to use fractions and proportions, how to use those to describe data in a chart or a graph. And finally, we're going to look at an action plan, how you can improve your grammar and vocabulary using everything we've learned so far. So in the last module, let's just review what we did in Module 9. In Module 9, we looked at what happens when you have two different graphs in one question. So multiple graphs in one question. And those questions are becoming more and more common in Task 1. So please go back and look at that if you haven't done so already. So let's start with a strategy. So a grammar and vocabulary strategy. Think about what the question's asking you to do. This is very important. For example, is it asking you to describe a general upward trend? Is it just asking you to describe a change in detail, something going up or something going down in detail? Or is it asking you to compare two pieces of data? So you have to think about what the examiner wants you to do in each different circumstance. And then when you know what they want you to do, then you can use the appropriate grammar structure and the appropriate vocabulary. So if you don't think of what the question is asking you to do, you won't know which grammar structure to use. So this first stage is very important. Then, as I said, you think about the most appropriate structure. So there are different types of structures that you can use for example, describing an upward trend, a general upward trend. There's 2 or 3 different structures. So just choose the most appropriate one, the one that you're most comfortable using. Then after you write it, you should check the sentence to make sure it is grammatically correct. And finally, remember that you should focus on accuracy, not range. So range is using lots of different structures. You shouldn't try to use as many different structures as possible. If you look at the first 2 points here, you will see that I talk about using the appropriate structure. So it's not about using as many different structures as possible. It's about using the appropriate structure. And I'm going to show you different structures that are appropriate for many different things that you might come up in Task 1. So remember, getting it correct, having the grammar that correct is the most important thing. So verbs, nouns, adverbs, and adjectives. It's essential that you know the difference between these 4 different types of words. If you don't know the difference between these 4 different types of words, you really need to focus on this before you start doing anything to do with Task 1 or Task 2. A noun is a thing or a person, like an object or a person or a business name or the name of a country or something like that. A verb is an action, it's a doing word. An adjective is a describing word, and an adverb describes a verb or an adjective. And if you can't think of those in the test, just think of the fat man walked silently. The fat man walked silently. So fat is an adjective because it's describing the man. The man is a thing, it's a person, so it is a noun. Walked is a verb, it's an action, so he's doing something, he's walking. So that's the verb. And then finally, silently is describing that verb. So you can think of that example if you are not sure in the exam. That's just a quick way to think of it. So here are some common Task 1 nouns. Now I'm going to show you lots of lists of nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs. But don't try and read them all at the same time, because what I've done is I've categorized them to make them easier to understand. So for the nouns, I've categorized them like this: things going up, things going down, and things going up and down. So going up, we have a peak, a growth, an increase, a rise, a surge. Going down, a decline, a decrease, a dip, a drop, a fall, a slump. And for going up and down, a variation or a fluctuation. Now, I don't have time, and I'm sure you don't have time for me to go through the meaning of every single one of these words. I'll say 2 things. The first is you don't have to understand or use all of the words that I'm going to show you today. There just isn't enough room in a 150-word answer to include all of these different words. But what you should do is you should know at least 2 words for something going up, you should know at least 2 words for something going down, and you should know these words for fluctuations. You should pick, say you pick peak and growth. Learn these, know how to use these, know the meaning of these, and then you don't have to think about the others. Okay, same for going down. You could just remember decline and decrease, and then you don't have to worry about the rest of them. So pick the ones that you already know or ones that you want to learn, and don't try and remember long lists of words. It's really just a waste of time, because you will only talk about things going down maybe 2 or 3 times in the whole essay, and things going up maybe 2 or 3 times in the whole essay. So you don't need 6 different words to describe going down. So just pick the ones that you feel most comfortable about. And if there are any you don't understand, feel free to look them up in a dictionary. Here is a list of adjectives. These are common adjectives that people use. And I've divided them into large and small. So you could have, say we use increase, a sharp increase, a dramatic increase, a steep increase, a significant increase. If the increase was just small, you could describe it as a gradual increase, a moderate increase, a modest increase. So again, say pick 3 words that are for large and 3 words for small. So say you just wanted to learn gradual, slight, and steady. And then the same for here. Say you just learned steep, significant, and considerable. That will be enough for a 150-word essay. You don't need to learn all of them. Just pick, say, 3, maybe 4 even, of the words you feel most comfortable using, and learn them. Learn the meaning, learn the synonyms, learn the antonyms, learn everything about those words. There are 2 words that I want to highlight in red: significant and steady. Okay, significant and steady have slightly different meanings to just large and small. So significant, something can be very small, but it is significant at the same time. For example, my son, my baby, is very small, but he is very significant in my life. So sometimes people get confused about significant. So sometimes even just a small increase, people describe it as significant. So look up this word significant and be careful when you use it. Steady can also mean small and large at the same time. You could have a steady increase that is very, very large, or you could have a steady increase that is very small. So both significant and steady can be used both for large and small. Here are some common adverbs, and I've divided them again into large and small. And you'll notice that most of the time, not all of the time, we just add ly to the end of them. So again, just pick 2 or 3 of these, learn them properly, and then you can use them in the exam. You don't need to learn all of them. Here are some verbs that we would use, and I've divided these into verbs describing data going up and verbs describing data going down. So again, maybe learn, say, 3 from this list. You could say increase, grow, and jump, and 3 from this list. Say you learned these ones. You don't need to learn them all. However, remember when you're using verbs that they change depending on the tense. So grow, if it was in the past, it would be grew. Rise, if it was in the past, it would change to rose. Jump, if it was past simple, would be jumped. If it was a continuous verb, it would be jumping. So be careful with the tenses with these. So now that you have a range of verbs, a range of nouns, adjectives, and adverbs, you have learnt enough of them so that you can describe any data that you get. Now we'll move on to the grammar structures that you would need. So the first grammar structures we're going to look at is how to describe a general trend. So these are the things that you would put in your overview. So you mostly have to do these for graphs over time. So as we've discussed many times in this course, when you get a graph over time, you have to describe the general trend. There are 2 main grammar structures that you need to learn in order to do this effectively in the exam. Those are: the first one is there, plus be plus adjective plus noun plus in plus noun phrase. And the second one is noun phrase plus verb plus adverb. Don't worry if you don't understand what these mean. We're going to look at examples now. So if we look at this graph, I'm going to describe the general trends for all three countries, for USA, China, and Germany. And I'm going to use there plus be plus adjective plus noun plus in plus noun phrase. So the first one, there was a significant increase in the price of sugar. Okay, so there. Be, because it's past, becomes was. Adjective, significant. Noun, increase. In, noun phrase, price of sugar. So there was a significant increase in the price of sugar. Very simple. For China, there was a dramatic rise in the price of sugar. And Germany, there was a gradual growth in the price of sugar. So you'll notice there be adjective plus noun plus in plus noun phrase. Very, very easy, simple way to describe a general trend. And you can do this for line graphs, for bar charts, whatever has a general trend over time. Let's look at the other way that you could do it. You could do it by starting off your sentence with a noun phrase, then you use a verb, and then you use an adverb. So we're going to look at the exact same data, but we're going to use a different grammar structure this time. In the USA, the price of sugar increased significantly. So noun phrase, the noun phrase here is price of sugar. So the phrase, the main thing we're talking about is the price of sugar. The verb, increased. We change increase to the past because we're talking about the past here. So we add ed. And then the adverb is significantly. So noun phrase, price of sugar. Verb, increased. Adverb, significantly. The price of sugar rose dramatically in China. So we've changed this a little bit. Instead of putting the country at the beginning of the sentence, we've put the country at the end of the sentence. You can do either. The price of sugar, noun phrase. Rose, verb, dramatically, adverb in China. Very, very simple. Now we've changed it a little bit more. We've put the country in the middle of the sentence. Again, absolutely fine. The price of sugar in Germany rose gradually. So the price of sugar, noun phrase, verb, rose, and adverb, gradually. Now, there's no rule that says you should use noun plus verb plus adverb instead of there plus be plus adjective plus noun plus in plus noun phrase. Just use the one that you're comfortable using. Whatever one you're most confident about using, use that one. I just want to show you both. So, describing change. So, we've already described our general trends in our overview, but then we need to get into more detail in our details paragraphs. So we need to look at how to describe change for graphs and charts. You'll normally have to describe how the data changes in the details paragraphs, such as increases and decreases. You'll also have to describe change when comparing two or more dates. So this isn't just for graphs over time. Sometimes you'll just get two graphs. One will be one date and one will be the other date. And you'll have to describe the difference between those two, so the changes in data between those two. There are three ways you can do this. This is the first structure, so you can use this structure again. This is the second structure. There plus be plus noun plus in plus noun phrase. And the third way is using fractions or multipliers. Again, don't worry if you don't understand these three. We're going to look at examples for each of them. So a noun phrase plus a verb plus an adverb. The population of the USA will decrease slightly. So the noun phrase is the population, verb decrease, and adverb slightly. And feel free to pause the video at any time just to look at the data and have a look, think about the grammar. If I'm going too fast, just pause the video at any time. Second one, China's population is projected to grow considerably. So considerably, adverb, grow, verb, China's population, noun phrase. And you'll notice that I put two future tenses. So we'll use a different color for that. Will and projected to, two future structures, because we're talking about the difference between 2015 and 2050. But you won't obviously use future structures all the time. You'll have to look at the graph and think about the dates that you're looking at. The population of Germany is predicted to decline sharply. So you'll notice you have the noun phrase, you have the verb, and you have the adverb. The second one, this is the second structure. There will be a decline in the population of the USA. There, obviously there. B, noun, decline, in, noun phrase, population of the USA. Very, very simple. There is predicted to be a surge in China's population. So there, B, surge in China's population. So there, B, noun, in, noun phrase. Is predicted to, this is a future structure again. And the third one, there will be a decrease in Germany's population. So there, be, noun, in, noun phrase. So the third way that we can describe change is by using fractions and multipliers. So for example, the population of the USA will increase by nearly half. So if we look here, it will increase by nearly 50%, by nearly half. So that's an easy way to show an increase. The population of China will nearly double by 2050. So if you look here and here, you'll notice that it will nearly double. It will go up by 2 times. And the population of Germany will be less than half of what it was in 2015. So if you look at the populations of Germany for 2015 and the population for 2050, it will be less than 50%. So this is just another way that you can describe increases and decreases. And you can choose either one of the 3 ways, whatever one you feel most comfortable using, whatever way is most appropriate for the data. So next, we're going to look at the grammar structures that we need to use to make comparisons. It is essential that you're able to make comparative structures. So these are very, very common structures that we use every single day to compare things, and you probably have learned these when you were learning English at a very low level. This is kind of elementary, pre-intermediate level, so you should know these already, but let's just go through them so you'll be able to identify them and link them to the question. So they include, these are the 5 different types of structures that we use to make comparisons. Don't worry if you don't understand them, we're going to look at examples. So let's look at this pie chart. If we were comparing the different social networks in this pie chart, how could we use the different structures to do that? So first we could say more people use Facebook than any other site. So we have used more plus the noun is Facebook and then than. So more, noun, than. And then any other site, or we could say whatever we're comparing it with. Fewer, noun, Twitter, than, and then whatever we're comparing it with. And then a 1-syllable adjective. So the 1-syllable adjective here is high. High is just 1 syllable, and low is just 1 syllable. So we just add er to the end of it, and then than. So a higher number of people use Facebook than any other site. A lower number of people use Twitter than Facebook. So remember, for 1-syllable adjectives, you just add er. This is very, very simple English. You should know this already. Here are the other 3 structures for making comparisons. Facebook was more popular than any other social network. So more adjective is popular than any other social network. This popular has more than one syllable, so we don't add er to the end of it because it has more than one syllable. We say more popular or more beautiful or more attractive. One syllable, we could add est. So we could say Bebo had the lowest figures of any social network. We could say Facebook had the highest figures of any social network. The most, least, plus adjective of more than one syllable. So popular is the adjective and it has more than one syllable, so we just say the most. The most popular site was Facebook and the least popular was Bebo. So there are 5 different ways that you can compare structures. So whenever you are comparing, think about the most appropriate structure that you can use. Sometimes you'll be able to use 3 of these structures or 4 of these structures. If so, just pick the one that you're confident about using, that you know 100% sure is correct. Remember, a focus on accuracy. So task 1 tenses. Let's look at the most appropriate tenses to use for task 1. It is essential that you look at the dates of the graph chart and then adjust your tenses accordingly. The examiners will be looking for your ability to do this. This is one of the first things that the examiners will look at when they're marking your grammar. They know what tenses, obviously they know what tenses should be used, and they will look to see if you have made any mistakes. So it's very, very important that you focus on the date. If it's a date in the past, use the past. Think about whether the data is past, present, or future. So if it's no date, it will just be present. You'll just be using present simple if there's no date at all. But if it's in the past, you'll have to use a past tense. If they're talking about future, you'll have to use a future structure. So the main tenses are this: past simple, present perfect continuous, present simple, future perfect, and will. So I'm not going to go through each of these because these are very basic tenses and you should know these already. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to review, take each of them and review the situations that you should use each of them in. Most of you, if you're trying to get a band 7 or a band 8 or even a band 9, you will know these tenses very, very well. So you won't really need to know them, but it does no harm to just review them. The second thing I'd like you to do is compare. Compare it with the model answers that I have provided to you in this course and the model answers that I've given you on my website. Look at them, think about the tenses that I'm using, and think about why I used that tense. Then practice. Practice with the questions I have given you and think about the tenses you're using. So the final thing we're going to look at today is proportions and fractions. So often the data we will see in task 1 will be expressed as a percentage, such as 52%. However, we can express these as fractions or proportions to help us vary our language. So you might see, for example, 52% in the question. It's very easy just to copy 52%, but you don't want to do the easy thing. You want to show the examiner that you're better than most candidates. You want to show them that you deserve a 7, 8, or a 9. So what you do is you convert, you change 52% to a fraction or a proportion. This will help us improve our grammar score and our vocabulary score. So let's look at how we can do that. Here are fractions, lots and lots of different fractions. 73%, nearly 3/4, but 74% could be nearly 3/4. 72% could be nearly 3/4. It's not exact. 51%, just over a half. 52, 53, 54, we could say those are just over a half. Don't get really technical and try to... Okay, so what I'll let you do is I'll let you look at them, and these will give you an idea of the different fractions that you could use. These are the most simple fractions that you could use, and as I say, they're not exact numbers. If you look at a number and you can't think of the fraction, don't use it. Don't sit there for 2 minutes trying to do your long mathematics in your head. Only if they're very obvious, and most of the time they will be very obvious. If you do lots of past papers, you'll notice that these are very, very common percentages, because the examiners want to give you a chance to show them that you can use fractions. You can also use proportions. So 70%, that's a large proportion. Anything over 50% is a large proportion. 71%, you could say a significant proportion. Again, anything between 50 and 99 is a significant proportion, or significant majority, sorry. So anything over 50% is a significant majority. 15%, for example, is a small minority. Say anything under 15%, you could say is a small minority. 3%, an insignificant minority. So things like 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, these are very insignificant. They're not really significant, so you could describe them that way. So let's look at some examples. A significant majority of people will use Facebook. So if you look at the figure here, it's 72.46%. That is a very significant majority. Nearly a fifth of users will use Twitter, so 17%. That's nearly 20%, so nearly a fifth will use Twitter. And a tiny minority of users will use Google+, so 2.9%. That is a very, very insignificant or tiny minority that you could use. So now that I've shown you the main structures, the main vocabulary, and the main things you need to think about when using vocabulary and grammar in your Task 1 answers, let's now think about what you should do next. You can't just watch this one module and learn everything immediately. That's not how grammar and vocabulary work. They take a little bit of time and a little bit of practice. So how can we improve by using this module, using the things we've learned in this module? First thing, make sure you understand the basic grammar structures we discussed in this lesson. But most of the grammar is very straightforward. The examiner does not expect you to use very, very complex grammar, but they do expect you to use specific grammar specifically used in Task 1. Compare these with model answers. So look at my model answers, look at my sample answers, and think about the structures that I used in there. That will help you understand. Then you should practice slow. So don't try and do Task 1 in 20 minutes when you're focusing on grammar. Think about what structures and grammar you need for each part of your report, each part of your essay. Focus on getting them correct, and then get them corrected by someone. So if you got the VIP package, you can send them to me and I will correct them, or you can get your English teacher to correct them for you. But you should take your time, go through each of the things, each of the key features, each of the things in your details paragraph, and think about them deeply. Think about what structure, what grammar do I need to accurately tell the examiner what is happening. Then when you've thought about that, focus on writing the sentence correctly, and then get someone to tell you if it's correct or not. Finally, after you've done that, you can start practicing fast. You can start doing it in 20 minutes. When you have practiced slow for long enough, these structures, this grammar will become very, very natural to you, and you'll be able to do everything in 20 minutes, use a range of structures that are appropriate and get them correctly. And then you will get very high marks for your grammar and for your vocabulary. So that's it. In the next module, we're going to move on to one of the more specialized questions. We're going to learn step by step how to answer a process question. So a man-made process and a natural process. So I hope you find this module useful, and I'll see you in module 11. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to module 11 of Writing Task 1, our second last module. Today we're going to focus on process questions. So let's look at what we're going to do. We're going to look at examples of process questions, find out exactly what they are. We're going to look at a checklist, things that you have to include, things that you have to think about when you're answering these types of questions. We're going to look at the overall structure, how to write introductions, how to write an overview, and how to write details paragraphs. And finally, we're going to look at the specific language that you need to use for these types of questions. So sequencing language, how to show purpose, and whether to use the passive or the active voice, when to use the passive, when to use the active. Okay, so let's get started, but before we do, let's just review what we did in the previous module. The previous module was a complete grammar and vocabulary guide for charts and graphs questions, and it lists lots of different vocabulary, lots of different grammar structures, specifically used for graphs and charts questions. So it's a very important module. If you haven't looked at that, please go back and look at module 10. Okay, let's get started. Here are two different questions. So this one on the left here, this is one question, and this is a second question, this one on the right here. Okay, so this is to give you an idea of what a process question actually is. A process question will always show a process, and it can be a man-made process like this one on the left. So this one is showing the process of how to make bricks, and it's in different stages. And this one on the right is showing a natural process, which is the life cycle of a silkworm, the different stages of a silkworm's life, and then a man-made process, how they take the cocoons of the silkworms and make the silk from that, make silk thread, silk material from that. Now, when you see these, don't panic and say, oh my god, I don't know anything about making bricks, or I don't know anything about silkworms, or how to make silk cloth, or I don't know anything about this. Don't panic. The examiners know that you don't know anything about these processes. They don't expect you to know these things. All they want you to do is just pick out some very simple things and write about them. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. And these questions are actually very easy. If you get one of these in the exam, you will be very happy, because they are probably the easiest questions to write. They're not very common, they're quite rare, but you still need to prepare, you still need to know how to answer them. Because if you do get one in the exam, 90% of people will never have thought about them before, and they will get a very low mark. If you have prepared, you will probably get a very high mark, because you'll be much better prepared than anyone else. So let's look at this example in a little bit more detail. So this is a process of making bricks. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different stages in this process. Now let's look at this. This is two separate processes. So one is the life cycle of the silkworm, and then a second one, which is the production of silk. Sometimes you will get two separate processes in one question, like this, or sometimes you might just get one process like this. So how to answer a process question. Here's a checklist that you need to think about. You need to find the beginning and the end of the process. Find out where it begins and where it ends. This is very important. We'll talk about this later. Understand the different stages of the process. You don't need to understand them in detail, but you do need to know why each stage exists, why they do each stage, and these are very easy to understand. Write your introduction, write your overview, and then divide the process into two parts and write 2 paragraphs describing them. So these are your details paragraphs. So this is the process that you should go through when answering any process question. So the overall structure is exactly the same as what you would do for a graph or a chart. Paragraph 1, introduction; paragraph 2, overview; and then 2 details paragraphs. It doesn't change. The overall structure stays exactly the same. Just this time you're going to be describing a process. You're not describing numbers. So you're not describing any data. You're just describing what happens at each stage of a process. So understanding the process. So what you should do first is look at where it starts and where it ends. So we can see here that it starts with a digger digging clay, which is just material from the ground, and it ends with the bricks being delivered on a truck. So they're packaged and then put on a truck and then delivered. That's very important because we need to know, is it a linear process? So just starts at point A and finishes at point B, or if it's a cyclical process. A cyclical process is like a life cycle. It goes around in a circle. It has no point A and finishes at point B. It just goes around in a circle. We'll look at that in a minute. Then we need to look at each stage and think about the purpose of each stage. So the purpose of this stage is to get material from the ground. And then it's put on a grid, and we can see there are small pieces or big pieces here and small pieces here. So they're just separating out the big pieces and the small pieces. They're trying to get clay that is in small pieces. Then we can see the next stage is they add sand and they add water to this. So the purpose of that stage is to simply add in raw material. These are the ingredients. And then there are 2 things that might happen, and the key word here is or. So it might go through a wire cutter, or the material might be put into a mold. So there are 2 choices here, and it results in bricks. Then it is put into a drying oven. So what's the purpose of that? To dry, okay, to remove the water. Then it is put into a kiln. Even if you don't know what a kiln is, you can look here. 200 degrees Celsius, 1300 degrees Celsius. Why do they do it? They do it to bake the bricks, to heat them up, just like baking a cake, yeah, to remove even more water. Cooling chamber, purpose of that, to cool them down. We can't transport bricks that are 1000 degrees Celsius. And then it goes into packaging. Packaging is self-explanatory, and then they deliver them to bring them to the customers. Yeah, so when you first see a diagram, you should go through it stage by stage by stage, just like I have done there, and it will help you understand what is happening. If you see words like kiln and you don't know what it means, or clay and you don't know what it means, don't worry, don't panic. Just look at the diagram, look at the other information, and it will become very clear the purpose of that stage. So if we were looking at this, we're going to look at the life cycle first. So we need to find the beginning and the end. So the beginning is here, number 1, and then it goes round 2, 3, 4, and it is a cyclical process. It goes in a circle, so there is no real beginning and end. The moth lays its eggs here, and it just goes around and around, and it keeps happening again and again and again. So we need to look at each stage. So the moth eggs, so we can see eggs, so she lays her eggs on the leaf. Then at 10 days, what happens? You get larvae. So the eggs open up and baby larvae come out. So that's very obvious from the picture. And then after 4 to 6 weeks, spin silk thread around their body. So they change from larvae, from like worms, into thread. It takes them 3 to 8 days to make a cocoon. Cocoon is their little house that they sleep in until they become moths. And then the moths lay the eggs again, and the whole process starts again. So all you do is just look at each picture, look at the information, and don't worry about understanding every single thing. You don't have to understand how a worm operates in detail, just look exactly what happens in the pictures. You don't need to give any extra detail. They only want you to write about what you can see. Okay, so then we move on to this. So what they do is they take the cocoon. This is the start of the process, and this is the end of the process where they dye something. So dye means to color it. So how many stages does it have? It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stages. So we would look, they take the cocoons and they put them in water. But as we can see, they boil them. So boil means to heat water until it gets to 100 degrees. So then they unwind. So they take the silk and they unwind it until it's in thread, just like string. Then the next stage is they twist together, and then they weave it, which means to put it together so that it makes material, and then finally they dye it, they color it. That's the last one. So very, very simple. So once you've spent a few minutes just looking at the diagram and understanding the different stages, then you can start to write your introduction. So this is the question. The question states, the diagram below shows the stages in the production of bricks. So what do? We simply paraphrase it. The illustration demonstrates how bricks are produced. So we've changed produced, different form of the word of production. We've kept bricks. I can't think of another name for bricks, so we just keep that. Diagram, we change diagram to illustration. Shows, we change that to demonstrates. The illustration demonstrates how bricks are produced. Very, very simple. So that should take you 1 minute just to think of that and write that out. Here's the life cycle one, the next one. The diagram below shows the life cycle of the silkworm and the stages in the production of silk cloth. The graphic illustrates the life process of the silkworm and the phases in the manufacture of silk material. So I've taken diagrams, graphic, show, illustrates, cycle, process, phases, stages, production, manufacture, cloth, material. So I've just used a number of synonyms, and you can steal some of those synonyms. Some of those synonyms you could use again, like illustrates, graphic, process, manufacture. You could just steal those. Next, we need to move on to our overview. Now, overviews for these types of questions are extremely easy because all you do is just answer some questions. I will give you these questions, and then you take that information and you put it in your overview. They're much easier than a graph or a pie chart or something like that. So the first question is, how many stages are there? Is it man-made or natural is the second question. Third question, cyclical or linear? What happens at the start and at the end? Are there any raw materials? And the sixth question, what is produced? So you look at the diagram and you ask yourself these questions and you note down the answers, and this, you take the answers and you convert it into a overview. So let's look at an example. How many stages are there? 7. Is it man-made or is it natural? It's man-made. Natural is something that happens in nature, just naturally. So plants making something, animals making something, or something like the water cycle or the movement of oceans. Something that men or women don't make themselves. Cyclical or linear, so we've discussed this before already. Linear just means there is a point A and a point B and it's finished. Cyclical means that it goes in a circle around and around. For what happens at the start, the digger digs clay at the start, and at the end bricks are delivered. Are there any raw materials? Yes, clay, sand and water. What is produced? Bricks. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this information and put it in an overview. Overall, it is a 7-stage man-made linear process. It begins with clay, water and sands being added as raw materials, and finally results in bricks being delivered. So as you can see, I've taken all of the answers and I've simply put it in this overview. You could write a completely different overview to me. You could say, overall, the result is bricks are delivered, is a 7-stage process, and it's a man-made process. You can change the order around. This isn't the exact way to do it. The only thing you need to remember is you take the answers to those questions and you add them to an overview. So let's look at an overview for this one. Overall, the life cycle is a natural process and contains 4 cyclical phases, beginning with the laying of eggs and ending with the birth of a new moth from a cocoon. The production of silk is, in contrast to the previous stage, a man-made linear process comprising of 6 main stages. Now you'll notice that I've divided my overview into 2. So this is the first part and this is the second part, because there are 2 separate stages, 2 separate processes. So again, what I've done is I've taken the answers to those questions and I've added them into the overview. You don't have to include every single piece of information. If you just include, say, 4 pieces or 5 pieces, whatever you think is most relevant. So just play around with those. Try using that formula when practicing your own questions. So the details. Next, we must describe each of the stages in more detail. So in the overview, that was just the overall thing that was happening. Now we must get into more detail. You'll have to decide first how to split your details into 2 paragraphs. So as the structure states, you need 1 details paragraph and a second details paragraph. All of the process questions are different, so you'll have to look at it and judge what things to include in your first details paragraph and what things to include in your second details paragraphs. You will then write out the details and you'll have to think about some specific language, the language of sequencing, the language of showing purpose, and also whether to have a passive or active voice. Now we're going to go through all of these now in the next part of this module. So organizing details paragraphs. So this is very, very simple. Because we have 2 separate diagrams, of course, our first details paragraph, we're going to discuss this. And the second details paragraph, we're going to discuss the second diagram. This is the most logical way. You don't have to make any comparisons or try and put them in the same paragraph or anything like that. That is not logical. You don't have to do that. So just the most logical way is details paragraph number 1, details paragraph number 2. Now for this one, it's a little bit more complicated because there is only 1 diagram. Therefore, we need to look at the stages and decide which stages should we include in the first half and which should we include in the second half. Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stages, so we can't just split it 50%. So we need to look at each of the stages and see, are there any phases or stages that go together? So I think these 3 stages go together quite well because they're taking the raw materials and they're making the bricks, and then these 4 stages go together because that's what's left. So I'm going to start off with these 3 in our first details paragraph and then these 4 in our second paragraph. Now every process question is going to be different, so all you have to do is just look at them and think about them logically. Which stages go together? Try and split it into 2. And don't worry too much about this. Don't spend 5 minutes worrying about this in the exam. Just spend 30 seconds thinking about this. The most obvious thing is usually the correct thing. So let's look at our 2 details paragraphs from the question about bricks. So if you want to go back and take a look at the question about bricks, I'm now going to show you the 2 details paragraphs. So here are the two details paragraphs. I'm not going to read all of it out to you. I want you to read it. So feel free to pause it. And the words in red are the sequencing language. So first of all, after that, following that, subsequently, in turn, from this, before, and then, these tell the examiner what stages the different things happen at. So you need to learn how to use this language. And this is all the language that you really need. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. First of all, after that, in turn, from this, these are very, very simple words, but most people don't actually use them when you're writing about a process. So just keep in mind that these are some of the words you must use. You don't have to use them all. I'll leave it up to you, but these are just to give you ideas of how to sequence the information. Now, showing purpose. This is the next bit of language that we need to think about. You'll have to interpret the diagram a little to show the purpose of each stage. Only state what you can see. So this is very, very important. Don't interpret the information and add in extra information that is not on the diagram. So you shouldn't, for example, if you look at the question about making bricks, lots of students say, and then the bricks are transported to a building site and used to make buildings. Well, in the diagram, it doesn't show them being transported to a place. It doesn't show them being used to make buildings. I know the bricks are used to make buildings, but it doesn't show that in the diagram. Therefore, you don't write about it. Think about why each stage occurs. So this is a little bit about understanding everything. So you've already looked at each stage and you understand it, but you need to say why each stage occurs in your answer. Not every single stage. Some of them will be more key than others, more significant than others. But here are the two details paragraphs. And I have placed the words in red. The words in red show the purpose. So in order to produce, so that they can, are cooled, which. These are all to show why these stages happen. You'll notice that I didn't include purpose language, showing purpose language for every single stage. I did for most of them, but you don't need to do it for all of them. Just the key stages. And you'll also notice that I don't write about anything that I can't see in the diagram. Everything that I have written about in these details paragraphs is only exactly what I can see in the diagram. So feel free to pause the video and read this and think about it. You'll also see some sequencing language in this also. So the last thing we need to think about, specific grammar we need to think about, is should we use the active or the passive voice? Many teachers tell students to use the passive voice for task 1 process questions, but it is not that simple. This is very bad advice. Lots of teachers that I've watched say, oh, just use the passive if you get a process question. This is wrong. Why is it wrong? You do use the passive voice for processes that are man-made, but not for natural processes. So if it is a natural process like the life cycle of an animal or the water cycle or something like that, then you don't use the passive voice, you use the active voice. So for example, if we were just writing about the water cycle, the river flows to the sea, active. However, if we were writing about how iPhones are made, iPhones are assembled in China. This is a passive voice, which is be plus past participle. If you don't know the difference between active and passive, this is very low level, this is like pre-intermediate level language. If you don't know it, or if you want to review it, just Google active or passive grammar and you'll get lots of different advice from good websites. The main thing you need to remember is man-made processes use passive voice, natural processes use active voice. So here is my details paragraphs for the silkworm essay. So I have described the life cycle in this one, and I have described the production of silk in this one. So one of them is man-made, one of them is natural. You'll notice that one has the active voice and one has the passive voice. So just pause the video, read it, and think about active or passive. Okay, that's all done. Very, very simple. let's review what we did. First, you need to understand the different stages of the process. You need to calmly look at them, spend time thinking about them, use your planning time to think about, is it a man-made process? Is it a natural process? Where does it begin? Where does it end? What are the raw materials? What is produced? What happens at each stage? Just spend time looking and thinking at the start. Then you write your introduction, very, very simple, just paraphrase the question. Then you need to write your overview. So you ask yourself those different questions. You write down the information, like how many stages, cyclical or linear, what is produced. And then you take the information and you put it into an overview. Then you divide the process into 2 parts and write 2 paragraphs describing them. So describe each of the stages in more detail. Make sure you've considered sequencing, showing purpose, and use the correct voice. So use the active or the passive voice. So here's one that you could use. Here is a real question from a past IELTS paper. You can pause the video and you can try to answer this in 20 minutes. I'll also put this in the PDF at the bottom of the video. So the final module of writing task 1, well done, you're nearly there, is how to answer a MAPS question. So like process questions, MAPS questions are very specific, so we're going to have a whole module on how to write those, and then you are finished with task 1. Okay, see you in the final module. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to module 12, the final module in writing task 1. And today we're going to focus on MAPS questions. So let's look in more detail at what we're going to do in this module. First, we're going to look at some examples from past IELTS exam papers when they asked you to describe MAPS. We're going to look at the overall structure that you should use for MAPS. We're going to look how to quickly understand MAPS, some things that you need to think about when you're looking at MAPS. We need to look at the language. There's some very specific language, like specific verbs and adverbs that we need to learn in order to describe MAPS accurately. We also need to describe where on the map we're describing. So we need to look at directions a little bit, so the language of directions. And finally, we're going to go through a sample answer. I'm going to take a real IELTS question that was about MAPS, and I'm going to go through the introduction, the overview, and the details paragraphs. So let's get going. Before we do, previous module was on process questions. These are quite rare questions. MAPS questions are also quite rare, but they do come up sometimes, so it's essential that you know how to answer them. So if you didn't look at process questions, go back and check that out. So there are 3 main question types that you might be asked if you get a map. So you might be just shown a map in the present day, so just one map in 2016. You might be shown a map in the future, so you might be shown what, for example, New York or London will look like, what they think it will look like in 2020 or 2030. Or you might be shown 2 maps, one in the past and one in the present. Now, number 3 is the most common one. They will show you a map from 20 years ago, 50 years ago, and then they will show you what the same place looks like in the present. So for example, a map of Manchester in 1980 and a map of Manchester in 2016, and what they want you to do is just compare those 2 maps to show how Manchester has changed. So here is an example. I'm sorry that the quality of this is not very good. It's from a very old book, and there's not many question sample answers, so sorry about the quality of this. So this is showing you a map in 1990. So this is a map from 1990 in the past, and this map is also in the past, but it is the more recent past, so it is 2005, and it's of the same place. The maps will normally be of the same place. So this is a town of Templeton. You don't need to worry about where that town is or know anything about that town. What they want you to do is they want you to compare the town in 1990 with the town in 2005. Just how it has changed. That's all they want you to do. Just to highlight the key features, the main features, and compare how they have changed. If we look at another example, so in this one, this is another town, and it is 1995 to, and they've just put present, so whatever day it is today. So this is a small town in the past in 1995, and then this is a small town in the present, 2016 or 17, whenever you're looking at this. And again, what they want you to do is they just want you to explain how this town has changed. So for example, farmland and forests have changed to a golf course and tennis courts. Okay, very, very simple. So the overall structure that we should use for comparing two maps, we're only going to focus on comparing two maps because 95% of the questions are like this. Very, very rarely will you ever just get one map because there's not much to talk about if you get that. So the paragraph 1 is of course going to be a paraphrase of the question. It's going to be our introduction. Paragraph 2 is you're going to describe the general changes. So you're going to pick 2, 3 or maybe 4 general things and you're going to write about them in your overview. And we're going to discuss what kind of things you would include in your overview later on in this module. Paragraph 3, you're going to describe specific changes in one part of the map. So specific changes in just one part of the map. Paragraph 4, you're going to describe specific changes in the other part of the map. So you're going to divide the map into two. You're going to describe one part in detail and then describe the other part in detail. Very straightforward structure, and this structure never changes. It's always the same for these types of questions. And we're going to be looking at a real sample answer later on, and I'm going to show you how each of these paragraphs works in more detail. But first we need to understand maps. So we need to first look at the map before we do any writing. Just like the process questions, just like the graphs, just like the charts, we first need to think. Remember, the task 1 is a thinking exercise and a writing exercise. So the first thing you'll notice is this north, south, east, west. That's very useful for us because it helps us describe where things are. And then we just need to look at the differences. What are the main differences? So we can see that farmland at Forest Park have changed to a golf course and a tennis course. We can look at this housing here, and in the north here it hasn't changed, but in the south here it has changed a little bit. There are 2 new houses and the road has been extended a little bit. Now, are there any other changes? The hotel, there's still a hotel, but they've added a car park. The cafe is still there, and the shops have changed to restaurants. So it's still the same buildings, but they've changed them from shops to restaurants. And the fish market has changed to apartments. The sea is obviously not changed at all, and the fishing port has been removed. There is no more fishing port. So those are the main changes, and you'd have to describe them generally and then describe them in more detail. So let's look at this map. Here's another example, and we would do the same thing. A useful tip is to divide the map into sections. So if I divide this map between here, so there's one river in the middle, so it makes sense to divide it here, and there's one main road in the middle, so I've divided it into 4. So just to make it easier for you, divide it into grids like this, and then you can do the same here, and it's easier just to compare the different grids. So if we compare this grid first with this grid, so as you can see, it has become far more residential. They've built more buildings. So they've removed some of the trees and they've replaced them with buildings. If we look at here, so we can see they've added an airport. We can see that they've removed this tree and replaced it with houses. And we can see that they have removed these houses. There's no house here anymore. We can also see that they have removed the trees and the houses from this area, and they have replaced them with a factory. They have also added a ferry port here. And we need to look at this. So they have built a supermarket here, and they have extended the railway line. They built a railway line that goes all the way from east to west, and they have built apartments here. So they've replaced the houses here with apartments. So dividing it into sections like that is an easy way to spot the main differences. So I wouldn't even do any writing for the first couple of minutes. I would just look at it and think about the changes, and then if you want to, you could just make notes on the map, or you can just make notes on a separate piece of paper, whatever you find easiest to do, whatever you're most comfortable doing. So changes. Let's think about the specific and general changes that we have to talk about. Remember, we're going to talk about general changes in the overview, and then we're going to talk about specific changes in the details paragraphs. So first one, rural to urban. These are all different changes that you should look out for. So rural is associated with the countryside, so not many buildings, lots of trees, lots of open space. To urban. Urban is more like a built up town or a city with lots of buildings. So often the map will go from rural to urban. Think about your own hometown. Normally this is what happens. It goes from rural to urban. Not always, but most of the time it does. Rural to industrial. So it could change from being the countryside to being industrial. So industrial means factories, lots of factories making things. Urban means more apartments, houses, shops, that sort of things that you would find in the middle of a city. Industrial, things that you would find outside of the city, well, most cities. Industrial to commercial. So industrial means factories, things that make things. Commercial means offices and shops. So office buildings where people work, and shops were shopping centers, shopping malls, things like that. Often they will knock down all of the factories and replace them with shops and offices and things like that. Commercial or industrial to residential. So residential is specifically where people live, so houses and apartments. So sometimes they change shops to apartments, sometimes they change factories to apartments, and this is how the town or the city changes. Large additions, so things like golf courses, big factories, or shopping malls. This is another big change in a town. Sometimes they add huge new things. So will you find all of these things in a map in IELTS Writing Task 1? No, you probably will only find 2 or 3 or maybe 4 of them, but you won't find all of them. The reason why I'm telling you this is just these are the things that you should look for, and these are the general things that you will be talking about. These are the type of things that you will include in your overview. So let's look at how we might describe general changes, the things that we might include in our overview. In the overview, you will first have to describe changes generally. Think about it this way. You're only allowed to mention 3 changes. What would you say? So lots of my students, when I ask them to write an overview for maps, they don't know which things to pick. So I say to them, try and only pick 3 things. Imagine that I say to you, you are only allowed to pick 3 things. Which 3 things would you pick? And that helps people normally pick out the 3 key features. Might only be 2, might only be 4, but let's stick with 3 for the moment. Think about your hometown. Think of 3 big changes that have happened in your hometown. Imagine you're talking to a friend who has never been to your hometown, and they say to you, how has your hometown changed in the last 20 years or the last 10 years? And you would just describe generally what happened in your hometown. You wouldn't go into too much detail. So that's another way that can help you describe your overview. Okay, so now we're going to look at describing general changes. We're going to look at the types of sentences you would include in your overview. Not the exact same sentences, this is just to give you an idea of the types of sentences that you might include. So the first one, the town centre was developed dramatically. So developed is a verb, which means change, and dramatically is an adverb, which shows that it was changed a lot. The neighborhood was completely transformed. Completely. The residential area was totally reconstructed. So totally means absolutely 100%. And reconstructed means that it was once built and then it was knocked down or demolished and then it was built again. The old factories were totally redeveloped. So redeveloped means that they existed, they were knocked down or demolished, and they were made again. And totally means again 100%, to modify that verb. The old houses were completely rebuilt. The city centre was totally modernized. So modernized means to make it more modern. So obviously there are lots more ways to describe general changes. This is just to give you an idea. Now to describe specific changes. You will need to learn certain verbs that describe changes to a town or city. These should be used in the details paragraphs. So let's look at a few examples. The government demolished the industrial estate and developed a sports ground. So in red, these are the verbs that we use to describe change. Instead of just saying the government changed the industrial estate and changed the sports ground, we're going to look at these in much more detail and use a wider range of verbs. So that will help us describe the maps in more detail and get us higher marks for vocabulary. They removed the shops and replaced it with a skyscraper. A port was constructed at the edge of the river. The factory in the city centre was demolished and relocated to the north of the city. The old warehouses were replaced with new hotels. The factory was converted into apartments. If you were describing trees and forests, you could say the trees or the forest was cleared, the trees were cut down, the trees were chopped down, the trees were removed. Or if you were adding trees, you could say the trees were planted. A skate park was set up next to the swimming pool. So set up means developed or started. And a park was developed beside the forest. Now, these are just examples, but they are very good examples of the types of verbs that you should be using when you're describing specifically the changes from one date to another date. If you don't know the meaning of these, please feel free to pause and look them up in a dictionary right now, or just wait until the end of the video and then you can go back and look at them. And you should practice using these when describing maps, and I also have some exercises in the PDF to help you consolidate what you've learned. So the other thing that you need to be conscious of when describing maps is directions, because you need to say where on the map things are happening. So you must learn these. So north, south, west, east, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. These are very, very easy to learn, and they might also be on the map, but these 4 are the crucial ones, because these will show the examiner that you have a wider range of vocabulary, and it will also make the essay flow much easier, make everything easier to understand and get a higher mark overall. So let's look at this for example. So we would say in the northeast a golf course was developed and tennis courts were set up. We could say in the southwest the fish market was replaced by apartments. And we could say in the west, 2 houses were added and the road was extended. We could say here, to the east of the hotel, to the east of the hotel, or we could say to the right hand side of the hotel, a car park was constructed. So as you can see, north, south, east, west, left, right, these will help us describe specifically where things are on the map, and you should include that in your answers. These will be more in the specific details paragraphs rather than the overview. Okay, here is a question from a couple of years ago, and we're going to use this question to demonstrate how to answer one of these questions. So the introduction, both maps display an island before and after it was developed for tourism. So all I've done is just taken the question and I paraphrased it a little bit. Let's look at what I included in my overview. The island is long and thin, is surrounded by ocean and has a beach to the west. Over the period, the island was completely transformed with the addition of a hotel and a pier. However, the eastern part of the island appears to have been left undeveloped. So the things that I have included here, I've described the island just a little bit, just to give a little bit of background to the reader. Remember, the reader might not have the map beside them, so you want to make it very clear what the map looks like. So the island is long and thin, surrounded by ocean, and has a beach to the west. Then I describe general changes. Completely transformed with the addition of a hotel and a pier. So it is completely transformed and then left undeveloped. So these are my 2 main elements. It's been completely transformed and the eastern part is left undeveloped. These are my 2 main points that I'm including in my overview. You'll notice that I don't get into anything specific, just talking about things generally. In the details, the most noticeable additions are the hotel rooms. 6 buildings surrounding some trees have been built in the west of the island, and 9 buildings have been constructed in the center of the island. Between the 2 accommodation areas, a reception building and a restaurant has been developed. So you'll notice that I get into a lot of specific details. 6 buildings surrounding some trees, 9 buildings in the center, 2 accommodation areas, a reception building, a restaurant. So these are all very, very specific details. This is where we take the most significant things and describe them in more detail. And then finally, a pier has been built on the south coast of the island, allowing yachts access to the resort. Apart from the trees, the beach remains the only natural feature to remain relatively untouched. However, it does appear that it is now used for some swimming. So as you can see, I've just taken some of the more general factors, like here, it remains untouched, undeveloped, and I've described it in a little bit more detail. So let's review everything that we learned in this final module. We looked at some examples. The primary examples that we looked at is a map from the past and a map in the present, or a map in the recent past. Those are the number 1 types of essays for maps that you'll be looking at. Then we looked at the general structure. So introduction, new paragraph, overview, new paragraph, describe half of the map in one details paragraph, describe the other half of the map in another details paragraph. Then we looked at the type of things we need to look at, so things like rural to residential, or industrial to residential, or industrial to commercial, becoming more rural or becoming more urban. These are the general things that you should look out for. Then we looked at specific verbs and adverbs and adjectives that we use to describe both things generally and more specifically. Then we looked at north, south, east, west, to the northwest, to the northeast, to the southwest, those kind of things, so that we can describe things accurately. And then we looked at a sample answer. And if you followed everything in this course, I don't think that you will have any problem describing a map question. If you get a map question, you will be very lucky, because they're not very difficult at all. You really just describe what you see. It's that simple. Congratulations, you have finished IELTS Writing Task 1. That is everything you need to learn about IELTS Writing Task 1. That is the most comprehensive course in the world. There is no other course that gives you that amount of detail and covers every single thing. So you should be confident that you are able to answer any Task 1 question. However, there might have been some things that you didn't understand. Don't worry, just go back and look at the modules that you didn't understand. You might have to look at certain parts 2 times or 3 times. Go through all of the PDFs and do those exercises. They are designed to help you understand everything. And when you have done that, then you can start doing your essays. You can start practicing your essays. Remember to practice slow and fast. Practice slow when you're first learning, when you're thinking and when you're doing new things, and then start trying to do them in 20 minutes. So well done. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in writing task 2. Goodbye.